Today is March the 24th, and it's about 10 after 9. We have Commissioner Siri, who is on her way, and then Commissioner Peak, I guess, had too much of us last night because she's running a little sick this morning. So we'll go ahead and start with 3 and call the meeting to order. The first thing on our agenda this morning is we're going to have a presentation from New Hope Food Pantry. Going to do an agency presentation. Man, that's bacon.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning, ma'am. Cracks me up. Well, thank you guys for allowing me to do this early and not disrupt my vacation next week. You guys are the best. I appreciate it. I'm Victoria Timberlake of New Hope Food Pantry, and I have nothing new to report. We've done the same thing for the last, 15 years. We are a nonprofit. Everybody's a volunteer, including me, so I got to get out here and get to my paying job shortly. And every penny that we have goes to purchasing food. We have, except for 4 bills, and we have 2 churches that donate money that cover those 4 bills. So everybody else's money, including yours, goes to purchasing food. So we are specifically for Boyle County. We'd love to help surrounding counties, but we just don't have the funding. So specifically Boyle County residents, they have to show proof that they live in the county, proof of how many people live in their house, because what they can get each time they come visit, which is 1 time a month, is based on number of people that live in the house. And it's truly a shopping scenario, not we just give you a box. So we do the same thing we did last year, and the year before, and the year before, and the year before. So be short and sweet, unless you guys have some questions.
How's the new facility? Is that still progressing, or?
It is not. We keep hitting brick walls, so we just tabled it. The land we bought free and clear.
Mm-hmm.
So, as long as we keep it mowed for a couple of people and we don't even have to pay taxes because we're nonprofit.
Yeah.
It's not hurting anything.
Right.
But, we just kind of tabled it for the moment and,
Wow.
see what our Father would have us do from here, so. We're still in the same place that we've been forever.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the anticipated cost of the new facility?
$175,000. And that was all inclusive. That was everything down to the light bulbs and cute little purple keys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other questions, comments? Again, I want to say thanks for what you're doing.
Yeah.
It's a vital service in our community, and we'll do what we can to continue supporting it in some way.
All right.
Are you getting busier as the economy's kind of taking a downturn?
We have about 30 new families every month.
Really?
Every single month. We have that many new people. And I don't think that the need is different. I think it's county hoppers. They lived in Lincoln County for 6 months. Now they live in Bull County. They'll be in Mercer County. It's more that scenario. But yeah, it just, so our numbers kind of, the people leaving the county versus the ones that are moving into the county, good morning. It's kind of a wash. So numbers aren't really changing, just the dynamics are changing. We have more multi-families living in one house, which is hard to police because we want them to shop one household.
Right.
Yeah, so that's more what's happening these days. Yeah. Okay,
Thank you, ma'am.
are we good?
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate
Okay.
it.
Oh, wait. What's your request for? How much is your request?
It's on the paper you guys have,
We didn't-
either 5,000 or 8
Okay.
or more,
Yeah.
whatever you guys.
We didn't have it in front of us this morning, so that's why I asked. Okay.
I don't remember if it was 5 or 8.
That's all right.
Yeah. Ashley knows everything. That's good.
It's $5,000.
There you go.
Thank you, ma'am. All right,
Okay?
all right,
All
thank
right.
you now.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is to have department presentations, and the first one up is the city clerk.
Thank you. Mayor, I'm going to start by talking about some of the updates we've gotten on the economy. The overall view of the economy, we were able to sit in on another presentation last week, and we stole some of the slides or some of the charts out of that presentation. We want to make sure we share those with you. When we communicated our overall perspective of what we thought the national trends were and those types of things, some of this data is why we feel like that. So I want to start with doing that as we get into the department heads. This is a reminder of the budget calendar. Today's March 24th. We're right in the middle of the department presentations. So that's where we're at in the order. The next week, we should have some baseline operating and baseline revenue to look at as a group and in order to progress and maintain our schedule. So the national economy is in an interesting place. There's a lot going on, and when we talk about trends, we try to monitor those trends and try to allow them to form our opinion of what the city's revenue and what the city's expenses are moving towards. This slide represents the probability of a recession, which is an interesting thing to consider for everyone. In terms of, that affects everybody on every level, right? And so some big ticket items, job seekers now outnumber available job openings. The consumer price index shows 2.5% annual gain. The Fed targets 2%, which that is indicative of inflation. Inflation remains but has slowed. Remember last night we mentioned 26%, so we've got another slide here in a second it's interesting to look at since 2019. Feds have stabilized the rates, and the odds of a recession then are currently slowing. And so what you'll see on the slide over on the extreme right side is with COVID, the odds of recession spiked, and they've been in a steady pace decline since then. And it's now down below 20%. So overall then the economy, although there's a lot of uncertainty, the economy seems stable, and the general position is that the U.S. economy will expand this year. This is an interesting slide. So when you're talking about the jobs in the market, jobs is really a thing that I focus on personally. I like to see what that data looks like. The red line is the number of people seeking a job, and the blue line is the number of available jobs in the market. So COVID disrupts the trend, and when we go back and we think about presentations we had given to the city in 2010, 2012 era, there was an acknowledgement of the baby boomers, the 80 million people retiring, leaving the job market, 20 million people being in the middle, which is I forget the age range now, but it'd be in theoretically my classification. And then there was 80 million people younger that are coming into the workforce. So they would represent those under 29 now probably. So this slide really is indicative of that turning point in 2017 when you really saw the breakthrough with the 80 million people leaving the job market. COVID impacted that. Then the trend line started coming back together. And so why did that course correct? And one of the things I would suggest is this slide, which is retirees re-entering the workforce. That began in earnest about 2020, just as COVID hit, which the green line represents the retirees entering the workforce. It hovered around 5 to 10% for years and years and years. And then as that transition started in that 2017 era, that line started trending up. And over the last 5 years, it spiked, which is now up around 18%, which when you go back to this slide, it correlates to the jobs available downturn. And so what that means is that around 2021, you started to really see the impact of retirees entering the workforce again. Now, some folks would say they're entering the workforce as a result of inflation. But we have to acknowledge that three facts. Number one, there's more jobs, more people looking for jobs for the first time in 5 years than jobs available. And we have a greater reliance on the experience of a senior retiree employee versus a newer employee. Now, some folks will say the reason for that is because you get less risk in the employee, you got more experience, less training, all those aspects of you're coming in work ready, theoretically. So there's a lot of aspects of that, but we found that very interesting. And that does impact us here at the city. I mean, we can see that same trend here inside of the city of Danville. This is the local impacts on inflation chart. The greatest impact in inflation over the last, since 2019, has been in energy and transportation with groceries. The preliminary reports show Bull County 2025 unemployment dropping from 5.5 down to 3.6. Kentucky average is 4.7. Housing opportunities are on the rise. Plus the Fed rate cuts, which means that's good news for buyers inside of the housing market. The chart on the right indicates the change in each one of those categories. So the largest is at the very bottom, and I know it's a little dark down there, but that is car insurance. Car insurance since 2019 has gone up 56.1%. Now, I think to show how cost impacts roll up, if you look at the price of a new car has gone up 25% plus or minus. The cost of used cars are up 30%. So then then obviously the supply chain, the parts on those, so you would see why insurance is going up then significantly as well, right? It's not necessarily the result of natural disasters or more wrecks. It's that's the inflationary impact inside of other aspects of the economy. So the overall inflation since 2019 is up 26%. So that is reflected in the city's budgets. It's still going up, but it has slowed. The rate of inflation has slowed. It was sitting at 2.7% last week when the chart was presented. But the change, it was still trending down. The rate of inflation, I don't have that chart, was still trending down. Yeah, it'd be in your packet, but we can print copies. It should be in that.
Is it in here?
Yeah, it should be in your.
So you say.
So you say. So.
There it is.
So we say all that to say, in a community our size, that one lost employer or that one gained employer is a significant event for us. We are not an unstable economy. Where our economy is very stable, but we are in transition like we talked about last time. We are nationally, you're seeing that technology, healthcare, and defense and advanced manufacturing type, each one of those segments of the economy is struggling to see which one's going to be the leader over the next 10 years or 5 years of the national economy. And so I think we're just sitting here waiting to see what opportunities are a byproduct of that, especially in the industrial side. I think that's what our economy is doing locally. Our biggest strength is balance. We have a diverse economy. I think we are positioned to with new modern industrial sites, with our hospital renovating downtown, with the availability of education in our area. We're in a good position to take advantage, or businesses should be able to take advantage of whatever becomes a strength locally. And ultimately, our strategy is just to be ready and positioned to continue to react. But I did want to take a minute and share these slides with you. We wanted to get these at the last meeting, and we were a little bit delayed in these particular just bits of information. Do you have any questions on any of those things or want to talk about? Otherwise, we'll let the city
This is
clerk go.
very insightful. What did you say is inflation since 2019?
The
27,
average and the
yeah.
total inflation is
Total.
26%.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments for the city manager?
Yeah, that really impacts budget, so.
It does.
Interesting.
And, well, and that's what we were pointing out last night. The cities, the existing year expenditures are trending 3 or 4% higher than where they were budgeted, 2 to 4. But revenues are as well, so we're not upside down necessarily because of it. But it's you can still see that inflation in the background, and it is impacting. I think we mentioned last night too, the cost when we're doing something like a valve replacement on the utility side. 8 years ago, that typical work order was somewhere between $4,000 and $6,000. Now it's trending towards that $8,000 to $10,000, and that is real numbers. Those are real dollars, for sure. Let me read some of those percentages if you want to take 10 seconds. The interesting thing is new cars and trucks are up 23%, milk 24%, but personal care products are up 25%. The things, bread is up 29% as an individual item. Meats, poultry, and fish is up 38%. I think we can all see that when we go to Kroger. Car maintenance and repairs up 50%. That is indicative, 48.8. That's along the lines with car insurance. It goes, your impact on labor is in that number across the board, because that's a labor-intensive industry, which is impacting your car insurance. So the impact on vehicles is probably because you're catching all the other smaller increases inside of that single industry.
And I see rent's up 31%, so that affects staff.
It affects everything you do, yeah. Electricity is 40%.
Other comments? Thank you, sir. So that means we now go to the real city clerk. Yeah, right? That was the city manager that just reported and shared all that information. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Glad you're feeling better. We have
Yeah,
99 questions for you this morning, so.
I'm ready for them.
All right.
So just quickly, a few updates from the last couple of years of presentations we've done. We've had cemetery software conversion on our list for a while now to convert all of our data to an online presence, so that things are easier for the community to search. We have started that conversion. I'll talk a little bit more about that when we get into the record keeping. Continuing education has always been on our presentation, and I will say that I just received my second certification for city clerk. And I'm still pursuing the other two certifications, so like I said, continuing education is always on our list. Record keeping, we have converted a Hilldale completely. It will be live, I'm assuming soon. We've got the mapping just about complete for that one. There were some miscommunications there. We had asked for grave level mapping, and they initially did lot level mapping, but they've now converted that to grave level for that. Bellevue is ongoing. That one is a very large cemetery, so that one has taken a little while longer, or a little longer than what Hilldale took us. We received over 260 open records requests since July 1st of last year. That takes a lot of time for my staff and myself. In upcoming projects, I would like to start digitizing some records like resolutions. We get requests a lot from other department heads for copies of resolutions from years past. So it would be nice to start digitizing those into folders for each of those departments so that they can access those whenever they're looking for something specific. And then we do have an upcoming retirement this next budget year. And so we are working on succession planning for that and staff development as well. I would like this, the person that we select to step into this role to attend some of this, the clerk trainings and kind of get a feel for exactly what my office does. So that is part of what I have planned for this next year.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
Yes.
You're just getting all the education.
Trying to.
Is that, just curious if the 260 open records request, was that higher than usual because of certain things that have happened?
No, I think that's about average for
Is it?
us. Mhm.
Okay. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it ranges from a lot of them are accident reports that we get from law offices that are representing clients. They ask for the photos from the accident, things like that, that aren't initially provided with just the initial police
And that goes
report.
through you all rather than
Yes,
PD?
all records requests come through me.
Okay.
There's a turnaround timeline on that?
We have 5 business days to respond to those requests.
No matter how small
And
or how
that's
big?
new. We used to only have 3, but they changed that a couple of years ago. I think it was 2022 that they changed that or something, somewhere in there.
Okay. Other questions or comments?
Well, Ashley, I just wanted to commend you for always being willing to implement new technology, because that just makes the whole department more efficient. So thank you for
And
not being
we
afraid to
do-
do that.
I appreciate that. We do have to keep things permanently, paper-wise. There are things that we do have to keep, but I just think digitizing certain records make it easier for staff, and it also takes a little bit of the load off of my staff when we have to go to the basement to search for something. If they could find it in a shared folder, that would be a lot easier for everybody.
All right, just curious again, are there companies that do that, or will that just be entry from you
It'll
guys?
probably be just my staff and myself scanning these documents in and having them available, yeah.
Another intern opportunity,
Yeah.
perhaps.
Any other questions for the city clerk? Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
Thank you.
His legs, you know. Mr. Morgan. You're next.
You all hear me talk enough, so we'll try to keep this as brief as we can. If you all have questions, interrupt me anytime as we run through this. This is going to be very similar to what I presented to you all last year, kind of settled into a routine with these presentations at this point. So I start to provide this every year. This is kind of the org chart somewhat of our departments. Has all the different positions that we have listed here. Kind of gives you a full picture of everyone involved. And then I think the only change on this from last year would be the engineering clerk position becoming the engineering executive assistant position. That's the only change that we made on this slide. Otherwise, we added the Jenny Rogers Community Center Coordinator last year, I think, was part of that slide then. But yeah, those are the kind of, otherwise, looks very, very similar. Public services, got a good picture of the guys there. Projects that we're, a very similar list to last year as far as trying to make this more general and not particular projects, but just more general the work we're gonna do. Couple things to point out, sidewalks, we'll just continue to work on sidewalks. Wayfinding and banners, we've been doing a lot with banners lately, thanks to Melanie, and we're gonna continue to work on that. We're gonna do more, we're gonna do some banners for parking this year to kind of direct people to the right locations to get to the parking garage. We're kind of brainstorming some ideas, some downtown wayfinding stuff. One of the issues we've dealt with downtown wayfinding, it's really hard to find a location to put the signs up. That's something that's not really, you think, oh, we'll just put a sign up, but then you actually go stand where it needs to go, and you're like, there's nowhere to put a sign here. So we're trying to figure out how we can utilize our banner arms and put banners up and use that as part of our wayfinding. So that's one thing we're working on. Parking garage maintenance. The parking garage is 20 years old now. Earl, is that right? 20 years?
2007.
Yeah, so we're coming up on 20 years in this fiscal year that for the parking garage. So we have some maintenance we need to do. The stairwell on the Walnut Street side needs some work. We have some, concrete and railing issues over there. We need to do some pressure washing. It's kind of starting to show a little grime on the outside of it. We may do some painting, so that's something that's priority for us. We're trying to do that work in-house just for cost standpoint. Is cheaper for us to do it. We'll still do our leaf collection. Continue with speed humps and race crosswalks and other traffic calming measures. And then our usual storm drain, ADA ramps. Service request system. So C-Click-Fix is the system that we have that we ask citizens to post to us service requests. Public Works does a really good job with that system now. We've had that system 5 years. 5 years now, is that about right? I think so. I think this is the year where we need to go back into it and kind of clean it up. It's kind of just accumulated things in it over time. If you look back into our data, it's kind of messy now, because it's been 5 years of it functioning. So we need to go clean that system up and continue to use it well. I'm worried that if it gets too cluttered, we'll stop utilizing it. So we're going to put it.
Has use trended up? Since we started.
I don't know if citizen. Or you think have you seen a citizen uptick?
Yeah.
I think that's another. Go ahead. Well, I think a part of this too is kind of pushing it back out to the public again. I'm a little afraid to really push it hard with the public again because I don't want them to get overwhelmed with everything there. So I think if we can get it cleaned up, get retrained on it. We've had a lot of new people come in over 5 years, so we haven't had new training done with C-Click-Fix. I think if we almost like a fresh start, and then we can really market it out to the public again and hopefully ramp up their use because it is by far the most effective way to get something done, especially with Public Works. If you want to get a pothole filled, if you put it on there, they'll take care of it. So definitely something we want to nurture it a little bit so that it continues to be useful. Budget impact. So when these numbers I put on here on these slides are always just our operational budget. These don't include personnel or capital. Because honestly, when I make this slide, I don't have access to the personnel budgets yet, but also we don't have a lot of control over that necessarily. Like we have our people, and that's kind of set by the comp plan. So this is just our operational budget. So these numbers got a little this is the budget for FY '26. This is our year-end estimated for FY '26. That is 1.4 million. We're trending over. FY '27 budget that we're gonna request is 1.1. And the reason for that $100,000 drop is we're taking the parts of the mowing contract that go to parks and utilities and actually shifting those to parks and utilities. Those in previous years have been stayed under the public works budget. We thought it would be more appropriate for those to move out to parks and utilities where they belong. That's gonna be a bigger impact on parks, but I think we wanna put the things in parks that go in parks, so we know what the true cost of it is. So this was one of the items, we moved over into the parks budget. And then, so and with that, we've kind of initially requested one additional maintenance worker in Public Works. It's been, since I've been here 5 years now, we haven't added any staff down there. So we keep pushing them, we keep adding things to their list, and we've not added people. So I think we're kind of getting to the point where we're putting a little bit of strain on the list is getting longer than they can keep up with. So we would like to start adding staff. So that's kind of the one place we're requesting additional staff, and we're trying to use that. I know the money's going somewhere else. There's not like that money's just disappearing, it's going to other budgets, but it is freeing up space within their budget. So that's public services. Any questions about that side of things? Steve,
I'm always amazed at how much you get done with just that number of people.
Well, and the thing about, one thing that's really become more apparent to me as I'm here again, is how seasonal their work is, and that we really have a 3 or 4 month window where we can actually get work done. It's, November, when you go through the year, they start in November. November, December, we're picking up leaves. We're not getting projects done in November, December. January, February, the weather's just too bad. We're not getting work done in January and February. And then you get March, April, May, between the rain events that we're dealing with, the wind events that we're dealing with, preparing for the year, cleaning up all the things that were left over from the winter. There's not enough bandwidth to tackle projects. And then you're into the summer, so it really is July, August, September, October, or when we get work done, or when we get projects done. So it really limits what we can schedule, and we have to be on top of it during that time period. Like, we have to say, okay, these are the things I started in like August, September. I'm like, what do we got to get done before November 1st? Because if we don't get it done by November 1st, it's going to be next July before we're back on it again. So the seasonality of their work is really becoming something that we focus on, because so we can schedule better the work that we're going to do. So that's something that's been on my mind a lot lately with their work. And we try to pass that along to the public when they ask us about drainage projects and things. It's like, hey, it might be August before we get to it, just because you can't do a lot of work in ditches and in things right now while it's so wet. So they don't like that, but it's really kind of the reality of the situation a lot of times. All right. Stormwater, got a list of kind of projects and priorities here. The big priorities, our stormwater, the mapping, the storm sewer system mapping, we're trying to do that in-house, NJ and myself, just to save cost of hiring a consultant to do that, because, I just don't think a consultant would do as good a job as we do. And then, one thing I'm finding a lot of when we're out doing this mapping, the old retention basins. We've had retention basins built in this community for now 30, 40 years. And a lot of those older ones have not been maintained well, not necessarily from a vegetation standpoint, but they've got dirt has accumulated in them. The inlets have gotten blocked. They're just not functioning the way they initially were designed to. So I think we're going to really, I've told MJ, that's the one we're going to focus on next year is how do all these old basins that we're kind of discovering as we do the mapping, how are we restoring them to their original design? That way they're functioning correctly. So that's going to be a big push this next year. Otherwise, we're kind of, standard kind of thing. Stormwater fee billing audit, we were tackling that yesterday, trying to make sure that our billing is done correctly. I think we're gonna increase our revenue if we do that well. So we're gonna continue to work on that. So that leads to revenue projections. So I wanted to talk about that a little bit. We budgeted a little over 700,000 this year. We're trending close to that. We're trending towards 698,000. If we keep the same rate, we're looking at that 710 number. We put that in our budget. We sent it off to Lee, and then Lee reached out and said, "Hey, your expenses are exceeding your revenue right now. You need to do something. You need to lower your expenses." Well, then when you come down here to expenses, the expenses in stormwater that I have any control over are pretty small. That's the non-personnel, non-capital, non-debt service, there's debt service. And then even within those numbers, there's insurance and kind of some of those things that we don't have a lot of control over. So we then looked back at revenue and said, okay, if we can't lower our expenses 20,000, which there really wasn't a good place to do that without drastically impacting the services we provide, how can we raise our revenue? So that would be if we take a COLA this year, 2.7%, that would raise our revenue up to 730, which would cover that shortfall. So that we are requesting to get a COLA this year. That would raise the stormwater fee from $3.75 to $3.85 a month. If that doesn't get approval, we'll figure out a way to lower expenses. And I think some of the billing audit will raise revenue some, but I don't think we'll be able to make up that full gap. So that's another change that we're asking for. So any questions on stormwater?
So we haven't been taking a COLA ever since we had the.
So we started in 2008 at $3.36, and we never changed it. Never took a COLA for almost 20 years. So last year was the first rate increase we'd ever done, up to $3.75. Yeah, I think it would make sense to continue to do a COLA, especially as our personnel costs. It's all personnel costs. You can see how much of the budget, $600,000 of the $700,000 budget are personnel. So as those costs escalate, the only way to keep up with that is to do a COLA every year. Otherwise, you're going to constantly fall behind, and then you can't do the projects you want to do that actually have
Right.
that folks want to see.
And I think people kind of expect a COLA. I mean, it's not usually a big combative situation.
Yeah, I mean, we do COLA on pretty much everything else we build, like on the water bill, right?
Yeah, on the water bills, it's built into your ordinance, to raise annually. And it's built into things like our, leases for parking garage. It's built into a lot of
The
things.
solid waste contract we
Yeah.
talked about last night, it has a COLA built into it. So everything else does. This is the only thing that doesn't. I think we even discussed at one point just building that into the ordinance, changing the ordinance that this has a built-in COLA. That's something that we can discuss later on.
Yeah.
Okay. Cemeteries, not a ton to report here. Ashley talked about the website database that we're working on. That's going to be still believe that's going to be a really big deal when we get it completed. She talked about the records and doing that in-house. I think we're realizing even with that project, there's a lot of this stuff that we're at a scale where like we know this data so well. We almost, even if we farm it out to get somebody else to do it, we end up doing most of the work anyway. Because they're reaching out to us with so many questions that we're doing the work. Actually, it's probably, she's like, so it really doesn't, it's even from a financial standpoint, it's like, well, why are we even paying consultants when we can do this stuff in-house? And I think that's the same feeling I have about the cemetery master plan update. I want to try to do that in-house, so that's one of our priorities over the next year. We're continuing to work on the rules and regulations implementation. I do want to look at this fee schedule update sometime. I don't think it'll have a huge impact on these revenue numbers over here if we change our fee scales, but I do think we need to get it a little bit better. We're undercharging on a few items in particular that we could look at with our fee schedule. Okay, so then the numbers, I think revenue stays close to the same. We're estimated to be year-end at 120,000. I think we'll budget 125,000 next year. I don't see a reason for us to see a big spike or drop in our lot sales and services. And the operational expenses, we're trending up a little bit, but I think we'll come back down with this number is almost entirely our mowing contract, our maintenance contract. So there's a lot of, like, same thing with this as with stormwater. There's not a whole lot we can tweak here. You know, we have our contract. It kind of sets the budget for the year. And then otherwise, there's really not a lot of knobs we can turn to change this. Yeah, I think, cemetery's kind of staying steady. We're not really planning to change much in there. We've got some capital projects we'll ask for during the capital part, to improve the cemeteries, but otherwise, everything's staying pretty well the same. Municipal aid, similar story here. These are the three things we really use municipal aid for right now. Our paving list in the summer. We pay for some of our street design work that we do throughout the year, as far as, as we work on these grant projects, as we prepare for these grant projects, we do some work that's not covered by grants. With design, we fund it out of there. It's usually a pretty small number. And then people are starting to doubt me now, but the Baughman sidewalk project is gonna happen. We're close. We're really close. So I'm thinking that's gonna happen this summer, so that's gonna be a project that kind of staggers the two fiscal years, which is why these numbers look a little strange over here from budget and revenue kind of standpoints, because we have this, $500,000 project that's gonna stagger the 2 years. We've tried to split that up. I don't know how exactly that's gonna land, but we've tried to split that up between the two. Bottom line is, we get about $360,000 a year from municipal road aid fund from the state. That's our gas tax revenue. That's primarily what we use to do paving. Like we've talked about before, that revenue has not increased very much in 20 years, and our costs have increased a lot. I think we've seen about a 20% increase in revenue and about a 200% increase in expenses. So we're not able to pave as many streets as we used to be able to pave. So we continue to try to be, strategic about it and targeted, and make sure we're paving the streets that are in desperate need of it. But the revenue we show a revenue of 760 because we should see 400,000 from the grant match come in. So that's why the revenue shows 760 for next year. Municipal road aid. Garbage, we talked about this enough last night.
I got a quick question.
Oh,
Is that, the amount we get municipal road aid, is that set by Frankfurt? I mean, is that
Yeah, that's set by.
so we need to
state law.
attack Frankfurt, because that's ridiculous to pay,
It's a calculation.
Yeah, it's a calculation done.
200% increase in expenses and 20% increase.
And I might speak a little out of turn here. A lot of times this gets pitted cities against counties. What portion cities are getting, what portion counties are getting. We both need more.
Yeah.
I mean, when I look at the counties, they're struggling too, because they've probably seen the same problem that we have. They haven't seen a 200% increase in revenue either. So I think it's more, I think the cities and counties should join together and say, we maintain a lot of road miles and we're struggling.
Yeah, rather than address the overall need, a lot of times it's cast as if we give more to the cities, we gotta take it from the counties, and then all of a sudden it blows up, and nothing's ever done. Right? So the formula's been in there 100 years. I mean, it's really an old formula. And there's opportunities to modernize it, and it just keeps getting punted.
Yeah, it's a tough one because, gas prices haven't kept up with, and gas usage hasn't kept up with what our cost to pave the streets is. So it really fails as a mechanism to fund that on its face, right? Like when you look at the basic math. So I don't think they're gonna raise the gas tax. I don't think they're gonna double the gas tax. It's a tough one. There's not an easy solution to this, but I think it's something that, if city counties come together and are like, hey, we just can't keep up with this anymore. Like I think I've done this math for you all before. right now, it would take me 40 years at $360,000 a year to pave every street in Danville. With a cycle of pavement, it's about 20 years. So I'm behind, right, already. Like, I just can't do enough to keep up. I don't think that impact has hit us yet. I think it's going to be another 10 to 20 years before we actually see the impact of that. I think we're still like the streets we were able to pave back in the 90s and early 2000s. Those are okay for a little bit longer, right? I think we got a little bit more out of those. But so I think in the next 10 to 20 years is when we'll start to see the streets fall apart, and we just won't be able to keep up. So it's worrisome, definitely. So it's something we need to continue to push. Is that, as far as cities and counties, like, hey, we need more funding somehow.
Yeah. We do, yeah. Our general fund's couldn't keep up, so.
Well, it's when you're talking, you need an extra 200, 300,000. That's a big money to start carving out of the general fund.
Yeah.
Garbage fund, all this is subject to change based on what we decide after our conversation last night. One thing I based these numbers on what if we took that last option of we just turn everything over to Republic. And you can see how my numbers change at the bottom. I go from $1.7 million numbers down to $180,000 numbers. That's it. We assumed 1 month would carry over into July of FY27, and then also we would have our $45,000 allotment that we send to the county every year, and we get a general fund transfer to fund that. So that's how I came up with this $185,000 numbers. It'd be and instead of a $5,000 shortfall that the general fund has to compensate for, it would be $5,000 instead of $115,000 shortfall, which is what we're projecting this year. So yeah, that's garbage fund. We talked enough about it. Unless y'all have any more questions. They were laughing at me downstairs. I was in the middle of the night thinking about garbage collection, and came up with some crazy ideas that I proposed to them downstairs, and they said, "No, you were tired. You were too late at night to be thinking about garbage." So they were not good ideas apparently.
You need to take some NyQuil or something.
I need to do something, right? Like, yeah. So that's all I have. So any more questions?
Questions for Josh? It was a good discussion last night. It was just like, wow. I guess I want to say thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Let you off the hook. You have 99 questions for him. Oh, yeah. Morning, Mr. Barton.
Good morning.
Good to see you, sir.
Let's see if I can do this right this time. Parks and Recreation, I sat down with each of our department heads and kind of went over the 25-26 fiscal year, and I'm not really gonna go through our day-to-day kind of mundane stuff. I'm gonna kind of just give you highlights of things we've done, things we've added, things we've improved. So first I want to start with the big stuff. These were the capital projects that were approved in 25. We had the rehab of baseball fields number 3 and 4 and softball field 3. So in the last 2 years, we've completed rehabs of half the fields. And this involves a new infield skin, putting in a gravel warning track, and adding foul territory sod. And I'll have a picture for you here in a little bit. And it's also leveling them and getting rid of the puddles and making it so we don't have rainouts. The new infield skin is a product called Washington Ball Mix. It's the wave of the future in baseball. It's actually sand and clay that is baked before it is brought in before it is delivered. So what it does is it holds its granular form. When it gets wet, it doesn't turn to mush. So as you know, we had that big rainstorm on Wednesday. I went out to the fields first thing, Monday, Sunday night, we had a big rain. I went out to the fields Monday morning, you could have played on them at 8 a.m. So that's great improvement. Millennium Park site furnishings, that project is complete, which we replaced every door in the 3 buildings. We installed AEDs at all buildings, and IT put in some new cameras and new systems. We kind of we didn't exceed our costs on there, but we had to remove one project from that, which was replacing all the old drinking fountains. So that might be a project that we come to for 26. Those are 25 to 30-year-old fountains out there, and they've about time to replace them. So that project is complete. Skateboard park, we're really excited about that. That is a joint county city program. We are in final design phases. We should have that in the next couple of weeks. We should have that final design. We'll be coming to you for approval of that, and then they'll be moving into construction. We believe that project will be done. I'm hoping late August, September. So we get some time to ride on it. We have involved the local skate community. They are a big part of the design. They're really happy about it. I can't tell you how excited they are about it. And I believe by inviting them into the design phase, it's going to give them ownership, and they're going to look out after it, and make sure that park is taken care of. Pine Knob Trails, that is the name of the mountain bike park out at Alum Springs. This is a county-led project that we're involved in. I'm going to say it's about 25% complete. They began cutting trails, but we can't really see it yet because they started at the very top of the hills, of the knobs. So they started at the top and they're working down. That project has lots of bells and whistles, and there's a lot of things that it's evolving every day. So we meet with the Trails Alliance, the county, and the city are all working together on that. And we hope to have that open by October. And then the other projects that we are working on getting finished is Jeannie Rogers roof repair. And we are actually going to start building an additional parking lot at Jeannie Rogers. I believe we're going to start that in-house and get it gravelled this spring as soon as the weather gets a little better. So this, it's hard to tell here. So this is a before and after of field number 4 at baseball. You'll see, let's see if I got my clicker right here. So we've added all this sod, cut this nice little circle here. And you can see this we've added a gravel warning track. What this does is on this old one, when we had a big rainstorm, all this infield skin would wash out into this cement, and we'd actually, every rainstorm, maintenance would have to shovel it back in. Shovel it back in. So what we did is we put this grass infield, and we got a warning track here, so that's gonna keep all this fabulous Washington ball mix right where it belongs. And what you can't see on this is this particular field, when it rained, would puddle all the way from first to second base. And that's because it's obvious after years of use, that's where the kids are running. When they slide back into home, or when they slide back into first or third, you're creating big holes. So what this field is it's coned from the pitching mound out, so water sheds right off it. And again, this Washington ball mix is easy to move, so we're able to keep it nice and level. So we're really excited about that, and it seems to be working real well. So that's our capital project. So I sat down again with each department head, and we're gonna go through each department, and this is Jeannie Rogers Community Center, which is coordinated by Morgan Berger. Again, we opened this over a year ago. We were able to add a whole new community center without adding any new full-time staff. Morgan was our office manager. She came over from Bunny Davis and took over the community center, and she's done an awesome job. I think Jeannie Rogers is a hidden gem that we have, and really need to tout its success. When we me, Melanie, and Josh visited Lexington, we visited their community centers, and they warned us and told us how don't project what you need to the public. The public will tell you what they need, and it'll be obvious, and you got to be able to pivot and move. And they were exactly right. Over the year, we've added so much, things that we didn't even know existed. So we have classroom partners. These are people that we've partnered with and gave them a classroom. We have the Arts Commission, Mimi Becker. She has classes 4 times a week with plans to add more in her classrooms. We have Opening Act, which is youth theater. They have classes 3 times a week, and they do 2 to 3 shows a year. So they use their classroom as rehearsal, and they'll have like group rehearsals, or they'll have solo rehearsals with their leads. We have Cradle School, which is through Danville School District. They meet every Wednesday with early childhood development, and it's more about educating the parents of early childhood and working them through their issues. And then we have one we added this year is the Danville Food Pantry, which I didn't know would be such a successful program. I'm going to show you a couple pictures of that later. And we have, again, we had no idea this existed out there. We have Elite Wrestling, a group from Berea that comes once a month, and they put on Saturday night wrestling, kind of like WWE, I guess you call it. And we get crowds of 100 to 200 people coming to it. And then the biggest partner we had added this year is Wren's Nest Daycare. They are taking over the Boyle County School District wing. We're meeting with them regularly. We started vetting daycares early last year, and we committed to them, I think in October of last year. They've moved in. They're ready to open this April, and they have guaranteed us by mid-May they will be at full capacity, which is over 125 kids. And that will be a legitimate daycare that is open 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. All year long, not just during school hours. So we are really excited about them, and I think we've made a great decision to add them as a partner. Some of the additional partnerships we have is Center College provides us the Bonner program. They provide 2 to 3 kids a semester, and what they do is they kind of come in after school and just hang out with the kids. They hang out, play basketball with them, mentor them, and kind of just additional eyes and ears out in the program. So that is a great program. Southland Church brings pizza every Monday to feed the kids. So every Monday there's free pizza for staff and kids. And Monday's become a big day there. And a lot of the church parishioners stay and hang out with the kids, play basketball with them or volleyball. So that is another awesome program. Healing Hands Together, that's the group that does archery. They provide archery equipment 2 days a week and come in and teach the kids archery. They will be expanding to volleyball, I believe, in this year. I believe they come twice a week. And then we have the Friends of Jeannie Rogers, which is just local businesses and restaurants. They provide Morgan with either funding or free food because she'll have, during school breaks, which is fall break, Christmas break, and spring break, she feeds the kids she feeds them lunch every day. And then you'll see in her program, every day they have a different vendor or sponsor for the meal. The kids actually help them cook, and it's a pretty cool thing that Morgan does. Other things at Jeannie Rogers, some of the updates and improvements we've made is we've gotten the kitchen fully functional and added a commercial dishwasher. This is because Wren's Nest Daycare will be feeding lunch and snacks to all their kids. So they will be using that kitchen every day. And we've worked it out to where we're going to use what I call the catering kitchen, which is our concession stand up front. We'll be using that, and so the rentals will be using that kitchen, and then And then Wren's Nest will use the back commercial kitchen. And then we're jointly using it. Like if we need to use that kitchen, we will. But that's pretty exciting. Maintenance has kind of cleaned up all the landscaping out front of Jeannie Rogers this year. We had Jeannie Rogers become our day camp headquarters. So our day camp moved there, and we'll talk a little bit more of that when we get into recreation. Community rentals have expanded to where we're renting 2 to 3 rentals every weekend. This is for bridal showers, birthday parties, engagement parties. We've had all kinds of stuff rental, and they'll rent the cafeteria, they'll rent the gym, or we have 2 classrooms of our own that if we're using the cafeteria, we move them into the classrooms. One of the uses that we didn't really foresee is a lot of the local group homes are coming to Jeannie Rogers on a daily basis. They usually come around 10 a.m., hang out around 1. They play in the gym, they hang out in the game room, and sometimes they do exercise programs in the cafeteria. We also have a group of homeschoolers who meet up at Jeannie Rogers on a weekly basis, kind of like their PE time. So they come in, homeschoolers, I want to say it's a group of 15 to 20 parents who all meet at the cafeteria. The moms hang out in the cafeteria and the kids just go crazy in the gym, and it's on a weekly basis. We've updated our game room. It's because it's gotten so much use. We had to redo all the furniture. Coming soon, of course, we're going to get the roof and the parking lot fixed this fall. And Morgan, and what you see here is I can't use this clicker very good, do I? This here is Morgan's monthly newsletter that she does. We put this on the website. She has paper copies she puts out. Melanie posts this on our site. It just basically tells you what's going on at Jeannie Rogers on a daily basis. And all this is going on as we have daily pickleball, basketball, volleyball, free to the public. So you can pat yourself on the back. Jeannie Rogers has become a great success, I believe. So here, right here, this is the food pantry. This is just one of the walls. It's 4 walls. This room is packed. What they do is they get donations at the beginning of the month. They pack this room full, and then at the end of the month, Danville counselors will come in, and it's pretty anonymous. People come in. They give them a wagon, and they basically go comb through this like a grocery store, pick whatever they want. This over here, of course, is the new kitchen. We had the stove fixed. We've had this fixed. We've got the range all fixed. Of course, we have the walk-in fridge and freezer is all working. So we're pretty stoked on that, and it wasn't too expensive. This is the wrestling. So you're seeing it's kind of dark, but you see there's at least 100 to 150 people watching wrestling there. And then, of course, this is fall break last year, the kids having lunch. So that is Jeannie Rogers. So our athletic department, that is obviously Stephanie Boyd, our supervisor, and our volunteer cheer coach, Donna Peak. Youth sports that we do, these are the numbers just so you want to know. Youth sports, we had baseball, softball, we had 520 participating in that in the spring. Fall ball, which usually kind of, because football and soccer are going, it splits in half, and those are your diehard baseball players getting another season in. We had 236. Basketball this year, we had 550, and we had cheerleading of 109. And if I go through this now, to explain why we have an athletic supervisor that focuses just on this is because spring baseball, that runs March through June. Fall ball starts, she gets July is the only month that she has no program running. Fall ball goes August to October, and of course basketball goes October to March. So on a yearly basis, to put it into perspective, she hosted our end of the year basketball tournament last Saturday, and then this Monday she was doing skills clinic for softball, baseball. So those programs are just rolling right into each other, and 520 participant means, she's got 1,040 parents who feel like they can call her at any hour of the day. And believe me, they do. I ran that in my past experience. Additions she's added, she added a Tri-County girls fast pitch, 12-year-old to 15, and that's Mercer, Boyle, and Garrett County. And the reason this is we only had enough for 2 teams. I want to say Mercer had 1 team and Garrett had 2 teams. So we just made it a Tri-County league. We made it joint rules, and we play at each of their facilities. Opening day ceremonies, we're trying to make the opening day ceremonies bigger and better. This year we added a dunk tank, which we had all the volunteer coaches go in the dunk tank, and their kids were able to dunk them. We do the ceremonial first pitch, and we get local celebs out there to sing the national honor. And it being an election year, Mayor, maybe you want to come out there and this year and maybe do the national anthem or throw out the first pitch. That's a plug for you maybe this year.
I'm not, I'll set that one.
You were saying, I'm unopposed,
Oh, that's the cheer exhibit we added last year, but it keeps growing. And this is we do the cheer exhibit at Tolliver, and this is an all day where it's kind of during the season the cheerleaders are focused on cheering for the basketball team. Where this is just where the volunteer coaches go through their routine, and each cheer team gets a designated spot, kind of like you see on ESPN when they do those cheer competitions. I'm happy to announce that Hogsett and KSD are letting us use their gyms again. The last couple of years we haven't been able to use them, so that's been good. Stephanie she tried to do a flag football program, but we didn't quite get the participation we needed because we realized that the schools kind of had their own flag football programs going. So unfortunately that program didn't work, but not for the lack of trying. The adult sports she does is co-ed softball. She has 180. Co-ed volleyball, she has about 60 participants. And last year we added men's basketball, which at Jeannie Rogers, which we're getting about 120 participants a year in that. So here's some pictures of us. So this is here. We got here, where's my thing at? I can never get there. So we got our dunk tank there in the middle. And then of course we got our cheer exhibit there on the left. And then down in the corner there, that's our men's league. Recreation programs, departments headed by Amber Schartzer. She's kind of catch-all and does all. Anything we need, Amber kind of takes care of it. New programs she's added. We added some pickleball leagues. We added aerobics. We added yoga. DCA is using Millennium Park for their high school baseball, softball teams, and added tennis this spring. So DCA's out there using our facilities. We did add a flag football league that we're not running that just started the last couple of weeks, and that is an all-girls flag football league, and it is played at Cowan Park. We added Paint the Park, which is a July 3rd program we do with the Arts Center of the Bluegrass. It's no cost to us. Basically, we provide the labor and the park, and the Arts Center provides the funding and the sponsors and kind of organizes the paint. I'm going to show you some pictures of that. That was very successful. And we added another travel tournament league, which is Kentucky Classic Baseball. So we have added six to seven more travel tournaments a year. Their first tournament with us was this past weekend. So they had about a 30-team tournament come. And so this is basically just an additional travel tournament we have. And then again, we've created a uniform agreement and fee for all leagues and partners. So that means BISA and Cal Ripken and this flag football league. We have a uniformed agreement form, a uniform fee program. So everybody's being treated the same. As I said, we expanded our day camp from about 70 participants to 95 participants, and we moved them into because it's at Jeannie Rogers, we're able to host more kids. This is our most successful program Amber runs. It fills up within 2 hours once we start signups. Under rec, we got the pool leaks fixed from last year, which greatly improved the pool experience. One thing, we use less chemicals. Another thing is the pool actually, we were told, was warmer than it's ever been. And the reason for those two things is because we had 3 hoses filling that pool 24 hours a day the year before. So it was always fresh water. So again, we're not using as much water. We're not having to actually fill at all. Like maybe on a weekly basis, I have to turn it on for a few hours. So the leaks fixed, we're very happy about that. We upgraded the camera system at the pool for added safety and monitoring. We added the new treadmills and ellipticals, and we reupholstered a lot of the weight equipment locally. We added new menu boards to the concession stands, and we added a bunch of new menu items, which have become our best sellers. We added pulled pork sandwiches, pulled pork nachos, and soft pretzels, and those have been our biggest sellers. So, Amber also reached out to Chick-fil-A, and they are sponsoring all of our concession fountain drink cups. So we don't have to purchase them anymore, so those are all donated. And she's expanded our banner program, which those are the banners that we put on the fields. The way that works is businesses sign a 3-year contract. The first year pays for the banner to be made, and then the second and third year, the fee goes into taking care of the field. So that program brings in $40,000 to $50,000 a year. So here are some pictures of the Paint the Park. We had over 160 kids paint, and it wasn't just kids. They paint a 4x4 square on the parking lot floor. These, if we didn't pick a winner, but if we were to have a first, second place, these were my runners-up. These were, and if I had it, this was my favorite. This was done by the library. And you can't tell, but this is a little girl sitting on a swing set reading a book. And of course, she's all kinds of visions coming out. I thought this one was very interested. This was done by a preteen. And this one here is my one I did there. So I put myself in the running for, oh, look, I'm kind of a, kissing up to my job here, right?
Which ones you do?
I did the DKY one, yeah.
Oh, that's my favorite too.
Park maintenance, so I'm gonna finish off with
Can I ask
park
you a question?
maintenance.
Can I
What's
ask
that?
you a
Yeah, go
question?
ahead, go ahead.
All these different folks who are using these facilities, they all have memberships? Are they all paying fees for the use of these facilities?
Well, of course, Jeannie Rogers, most of Jeannie Rogers is free. For daily usage of that is all free. All the classes that we offer at Jeannie Rogers, those are all free. Now, when it comes to day camp and your athletic programs, those are fee-based. So I want to say we charge $75 for baseball and basketball. And then, of course, our yoga and aerobics classes are, you have to have a membership to Bunny Davis, which I believe is like $20 a month.
What I'm getting at is that you went through all these different things, and you have excellent numbers for all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Where are the numbers for the pickleballers? And the
Well,
fees? I know it's a controversial conversation, but
I
let me
think
ask.
the Picklers have I don't know their numbers, but their Facebook page is up in the hundreds, and we notice a ton of center kids out playing pickleball too, all over the place.
Who's paying for anything for pickleball?
On a weekday morning, I would say there's at least 45 to 50 out there.
I'm not concerned about the numbers.
Yeah.
Yes, I am, but
Yeah.
these facilities are really getting used
Correct.
by Danville, Boyle Countyans, and everybody else. But there's no numbers. There's no membership fees paid to anything for the use of this stuff.
Right, yeah.
And did they have their own tournaments, or did we sponsor that pickleball tournament?
They run their own leagues, and, yeah, there's no fees involved, no.
But they're awfully expensive for us to operate, and if this expansion takes place in Millennium Park, we need to start talking to them about memberships and fees and whatever else for use of the Atkins facilities.
Yeah, there you
I have a
go.
better name. No, I could put the other name out there that's claims ownership to all this stuff, but I won't do that
Yeah.
in public. And that's not a criticism of you all.
Right.
It's just as a conversation we gotta have as a city and county government.
I'm gonna close out with our maintenance department, because they have done a lot of stuff this year. These projects here are contracted out repairs we've had done over the year. Tennis court, we had to repair 2 courts, were cracking severely. We got that taken care of. Michael Smith splash pad repair and replace was warranted, because actually when it was built, one of the contractors ran a piece of rebar through one of the plumbing pipes. So we got them out here, we ran a camera down through it, and we figured out, oh, it was their fault, so they took care of that for no charge. Millennium Park stump removal, Yvette went out and got most of the stumps removed that have occurred over the years. I want to say we got over 30 stumps removed. Jackson Park, disc golf signs, we've replaced all those were worn out. This spring, we are gonna have those 4 huge trees that have been dead in Jackson Park. We're gonna have those removed this year. We've also gonna have some trees along the property line at Millennium Park removed. We've had some people on is it called Argyle? That have had some trees that are kind of dying, that are actually in the park. They're falling into their yard, so we're getting that taken care of for them. Some of the in-house stuff we done and ingenuity, I'm gonna show you some pictures of this stuff. We now have a water truck that is mobile, that we can pressure wash anything in the park with, and we can water any tree in the park. That's thanks to Joe Condor. He's a pretty artistic welder. He's come out and made some things for us. He also made us this fence roller I'm gonna show you a picture of. Ronnie Yates, the myth, the legend, built all soccer benches for the soccer program. We discovered the soccer program came to us and said, we've never had benches for our soccer league, so could you guys get us benches? Well, we looked them up and they cost like $600 a bench. And we have over 10, I believe 11 soccer fields, so you're talking 22. You need 2 on each. It came to thousands of dollars for these benches. So Ronnie went and just built them out of treated wood, sanded them down and painted them, and I believe it was for $150. We got it done for him. Ronnie also redid the shop this winter during the ice storm. He built all new cabinets and benches for the shop and organized it. He rebuilt all of our reservation signs and our little library out there. I put this slide repair on there because this was a 2-week process. We actually fixed a playground with no experience ever fixing a playground, and the staff got this slide repaired. We took a lot of the boulders from over at the fairgrounds that have been sitting there, and we used them for parking deterrent, because when we have those big tournaments, everybody just parks wherever they feel like. So we took all these big boulders and kind of strategically put them to where, so people couldn't park and ruin our grass. And I actually think they look pretty good. Yeah, I think it looks cool. We repaired every bridge out at Millennium Park, so there was 4 bridges. And then if you remember, the tournaments at the baseball, softball field used to tape their tournament papers to the concession stands, and it just ruined the concession stands. And so we made a tournament display board, so that's where they put them now, and so it saves our concession stands, which we also repainted everything. It got every building except stands. If you notice, all that's been repainted. Some of the certifications we have now is Yvette is certified in pesticide, which means we're able to use Roundup. Ornamental aquatics, she's certified in. That means we don't have to call Fish and Wildlife when we get the algae on the lake. She's able to take care of that. We can get that done a lot quicker. Of course, I got my certification as a pool operator. Yvette has her certified playground inspector license, and we hired a licensed arborist as a part-time maintenance worker. He's a retired man who moved here from Cheyenne, Wyoming, and he's on staff now. We're pretty proud of the Memorial Tree Program. We've paired all posts, which is over 30 trees that didn't have posts or had their plaque removed. I challenged her with this program when she came here a year and a half ago. So she's got every post figured out and renamed. She added 20 trees to where there was a post and no tree. So she's fixed over 50 of those, and we just have a few remain unmarked trees. And unfortunately, me being here 3 years and her only being here 2, we have no records of who they are or who they need to be. And so we have no info on those donors. So if anyone comes to you and says, hey, my tree is unmarked, just send them our way, because we really need somebody to reach out to us with that. Some of the volunteer programs we have going on at maintenance, Center College, again, we have the Bonner program twice a week. 2 kids come out at 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock, and Yvette usually has them painting. So we're kind of like Golden Gate Park. We start painting at one end, and we get the other end, we got to start back again. So there's always something we can be painting out there. Eagle Scouts, they built that little duck house that's out there in the lake now, and that is supposedly for their winter home. And we have a day of action, which is the park cleanup once a year. So I got a few pictures here. I wanted to just show you these. This is the water tank that we built. We got a big old tank on it. It's got a pressure washer. It's got a generator. So we're able to pressure wash anywhere in the park now, which we weren't able to do. And when you go out through the entrance, you'll notice the Millennium Park sign looks like it's all brand new, and that's because we're able to go out and pressure wash it. And we can convert this over to just a watering, so we're able to water any tree in the park. This is the fence roller I'm so proud of. This was my idea. I took an old piece of equipment that was sitting there being unused and had Joe Condor build it into a fence roll-up. So we're able to, you won't believe, it takes 3 to 4 staff to pull this out and roll it up without this machine. So we're pretty happy with that. These are the benches that Ronnie built. So they look pretty professional for a $20 bench. And then again, this is the shop that he's rebuilt. This is a great thing he built that holds all of our drills and power tools, and just to show you how cleaned up the shop is. Well, they also took there was 2, I don't know what you call them. I guess you call them portable tool sheds that were over at the fairgrounds. And we were noticing that homeless people were actually living in them. So we actually cleaned them up, moved them over by the maintenance shop. So what Yvette's done is houses all the tools in one, and one is just for all the baseball equipment. And she was doing this during the Olympics, so we changed the name of instead of calling it the maintenance shop, we call it the maintenance village now, because we have several shacks out there. So that's about all I got for you. If you guys have any questions or anything else you'd like to cover that I missed, maybe.
The duck feeders.
The duck feeders?
Yes.
Yes, that we removed.
Yes.
We removed those because we don't know whose those were, and we don't know where they came from. Like, they were put by a private business, put them in, and they weren't put in by the city. And
The ducks put it in.
we actually have a local that feeds the ducks from March to October, and then of course Yvette takes care of them in the winter.
And the fishing is open to anybody?
Fishing is open to anybody. You do have to have a license. I believe the pond is stocked 4 times a year by wildlife, Fish and Wildlife, at no charge.
Other questions for Parks and Rec?
No questions.
Okay.
Looks like you have a great team.
Yes, I'm very happy, yeah. very
Well
happy.
done.
Thank you very much.
All right, been requested by the commissioners up here to have a 5-minute break. Huh?
What's that?
Mr. Cole. All right, let's consider ourselves back in order. Ms. Compton, Finance Department.
Yeah, so, the first couple of slides that I have for you all today are really kind of just a refresher on what my department does. Sometimes, I don't brag enough about how hard, the finance department staff works, because, we are busy every day just getting work done, but we don't have any pictures, right? Tommy just went through dozens of beautiful pictures of all the good things he does. And so I have 0 pictures
Show us the
because pictures of invoices and paperwork is just not as fun to look at. There are four folks in the finance department under me. We do currently have the open accountant position that we recently reclassed. Hopefully, we should be bringing a recommendation to you all for hiring. We also have our collections clerk, who has been with us 19 years. Our accounts payable clerk, or I'm sorry, her title is collection specialist, I think, at this point. Accounts payable, she has been here 1.5 years, and our finance clerk has been here 3 years. Just some highlights of things that we actually do on a day-to-day basis. There are a lot of words on this slide, but some of the highlights, business registration, we registered 319 businesses in calendar year 2025. We recorded over $22 million in cash and checks other than water funds through one single individual. We record and process all liens that the city issues. We processed over 800 insurance premium returns on an annual basis, and we process the ABC returns for 61 alcohol entities quarterly. The accountant position, when they were the finance officer, but going forward, they reconcile 36 bank accounts every single month. One account we review and reconcile daily. They process our sales and school tax returns each month. A lot of folks don't realize even governments have to collect and pay sales tax. There's a lot of things you don't even realize. We have sales tax, parking. Folks that pay parking leases now have sales tax that they're charged. A lot of stuff at parks has sales tax. We created and processed a sheetment for the city. If you don't know what that is, a lot of people have heard of unclaimed property. Sometimes you send checks out in the mail and they get lost. Sometimes you send a check out in the mail and it's a small dollar threshold, so they just don't get it cashed. They lose it. Eventually, those checks are required to be sent to the Kentucky State Treasury for collection at some point by the owner of those funds. Prior to 2024, we did not do that at the city, so we had outstanding checks that had never been cashed and cleared from the mid-2010s. So we created a process with a large dollar thresholds, because most of those checks tend to be water refunds, right? You get a water refund on your account after you final it, and it's $3, and that doesn't always get cashed, or it doesn't go to a forwarding address. So we've implemented that. Our accounts payable staff, she processes all payments made out of from the city, which was in FY25, $46 million over 3,100 individual payments. She processed over 6,200 individual invoices. Every single invoice for every single thing that the city buys, we touch in some form or fashion.
That's just one person doing it.
That is one person. We're all very busy back there. She also has started helping to translate Spanish for various city hall functions, because she's fluent, and that has been a very big help in a lot of ways. And then our finance clerk processed over 2,100 individual purchase orders. So before a purchase is completed, most of them require a purchase order. If you do notice, there's a 2,100 purchase orders and 6,200 invoices. Sometimes one purchase order covers multiple invoices. So there's always a disconnect there. We implemented a couple years ago, remote deposit capture, where we scan our checks in-house for deposits. So every check that we receive gets scanned in-house, which is approximately $2,200 a month, in our daily deposits that she scans to ensure, we get a lot of checks where the check wasn't signed, so we have to send that back to the department to get it signed. Sometimes the check is post-dated, and we can't accept that check. So, for instance, somebody mails their water bill and dates it for next month instead of this month. Well, we have to contact them and say, hey, your check is not going to get posted to your account because we can't accept this. She processed over 370 individual general billing items. So other than your water department, we bill local agencies, certain entities, parking, for various things. And as well as just providing general backup for the finance department and to help answer the phones. So that's kind of in a nutshell. We do a lot of work back there, but we just don't take a lot of photos.
The numbers are intimidating. The numbers are intimidating by themselves. Wow.
So what is our goal next year? We've done a lot over the last couple of years. We implemented a new finance software. We implemented business license software. Kind of what's our next step going forward? And my big picture goal is transparency. So I think we've done a lot since I came on board on presenting financials to commission, presenting them to the public. We don't do them as often or as regularly to the public as we could, but that's frankly, it's just a sheer time. There's not enough time in the day to do that. Also the financials that we give are a very manual process. Our software doesn't just shoot those reports out, right? They shoot out spreadsheets and numbers, and then that has to get translated into a format that's understandable by the public and by the commission. And so we want to explore options for financial transparency and budgeting to make that more transparent to the public. So that's our big picture goal. We're going to explore some softwares that help with that and just ways we can better structure that internally to provide that information on a more frequent basis. But that's the big picture, long and short. It's a very short presentation. But, we want to, transparency to me is, I can post on our website or a monthly report that's generated similar to a budget spreadsheet you get, but that doesn't mean a lot to the public, right? Them going through a 40-page document of line by line accounts and numbers is not helpful or meaningful. And so we want to do a little bit more to, whether people use it or not, make it available. And currently, it's not as available as it could be without the public having to request it.
Any questions for Ms. Compton?
A few years ago, I guess at KLC or something, they were talking about citizens-centric budgeting, where I guess you put it in a format that the average hillbilly like me can read and send it out once a quarter or something.
Yeah.
Y'all don't have time to do that, but.
Well, they have in the last few years, there have been softwares that make that more accessible, and there are lots of ways to make it more citizen-centric, and to I don't know how, if that's worth me and Melanie coordinating to send it out regularly. I'm sure it's worth it, but just getting us to a place where we can do that.
Yeah.
Just because right now it would be probably we could do it, say, on a quarterly basis, but it wouldn't be an A+ effort. It would be a C+ effort, just getting it into the format we would like it to be in and the data available. And I don't think we want to send out C+ work. So the goal is to work, whether that be through some software, or through some, hopefully our new position can help alleviate some things, and we can find ways to better communicate that.
Well, I say kudos to your department because the way you communicate the bill list and the financial reporting to the commission has become more and more user-friendly,
Yeah,
more and more understandable in a sense. And so either it creates more questions or it takes care of a lot of unnecessary questions, but it's really helped us in
yeah.
our understanding about where we are. So I want to say kudos for that simplification of the reporting. I was trying to watch her and see her how she signed the word hillbilly. Did you? I didn't see it. How you do it? What's the sign for hillbilly? Oh, okay. I was gonna start using that sound on him. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'd like to see that too. And Lee, I also just want to thank you for putting in all the time and hard work to implement the new modern software over your last 4 years. It's like night and day from when I started. I felt like I had no financial information when I first started. And where we're at now, it's very transparent, so just thank you.
Well, and that's our goal, right? And you all can't do your jobs if you aren't.
Right.
If you don't understand the financial picture of the city, and frankly, you all are charged with responsibility. So while, Earl and I are charged with the day-to-day financial governance, you all are, in fact, legally charged with financial governance. So if you don't have that information, then you're not doing your job effectively. But also we want it in a format that does allow for non-financial experts to understand it and to understand where our funds go, and whether they agree with how we use it or not, they can see it clearly, right?
Yeah, and the department heads finally have all the pertinent information they need
Yes.
to really run their department more efficiently and budget better and save money. I've seen a transformation over
Yeah.
the last 4 years, so.
Other questions or comments?
Well, you and I didn't even like her for a long time. She's doing pretty well.
Well, I grow. I've been told I grow on you.
Yeah. Like kudzu.
First impressions aren't the best, but give me enough time.
Just kidding. We appreciate what you do.
He
You know
threw
that.
me under the bus, that's all I know. Okay, next up is Nick Warren with IT. Nick has already been given fair warning.
I got a time limit, right?
Now, all the time
Before
you want
lunch.
for us, yeah. Rest of the
All
afternoon.
right. We'll start with staff. We haven't had any changes last year. As you can see, we have a fairly experienced staff in our department. We have myself as the director, Brandon Milligan, who's our new network administrator we've hired in the last 12 to 18 months. And then Jason Simpson and Anthony, who have both been here, I think 5 and going under 5 years. We don't anticipate requesting any additional staff or any changes this year, so we'll keep everything as is.
All right.
Update on a couple security solutions we've implemented in the last budget cycle. The first of that being what we call MDBR, which is malicious domain blocking and reporting. This is a service that sits in between our security devices and the internet. It's a third-party service that we route our traffic through, and it scans the outgoing requests for potential malicious sites or inappropriate content sites, things like that. We started implementing this in July of last year. We did not implement it at all sites at once. It was kind of scattered out throughout the year. So the numbers you see there are not a full year for all sites, but so far we've processed 280 million requests, and of those, 52,000 have been blocked for some various reason or another. not all of those necessarily are malicious. They could be, for example, on our office networks, we block gaming sites and stuff like that. So people's cell phones tend to end up with games on them, and when they're in the background, they still try to hit out to the web, and we filter those out on the office network. The other thing we put in is our checkpoint email scanning. Hopefully you all have noticed some benefits from this yourselves. So we scan every incoming and outgoing email now for malicious content and what we consider spam and gray mail. The difference there being gray mail is, it's not quite classified as spam, but it's vendors or entities that you've communicated with, but they're sending you like newsletters or advertisements. Those are considered gray mail. We blocked 1.2K phishing, actual legit phishing attempts, which is pretty substantial. 7 known malware instances that could have caused some potential damage. And then, like I say, a bulk of it is spam and gray mail. That while we filter that out, we filter it to your junk box instead of just straight up quarantining it. So you can, I'm sure you've seen the emails you get daily, you can request a release on those if it's something you feel you need. One of our big challenges we're going to face in the coming year, and I'm not sure if you, probably you all don't keep up as much as computers as we do, but DRAM, which is your memory in your computers, pricing has gone up over 400% in the last 6 months to last quarter. Additionally, solid state drives and hard drives have increased over 200% in that same time period. Most of this is due to your AI companies buying everything they can get for data center build-outs. So we expect PC prices to increase considerably over the next 12 months. Our vendors are already rolling our quotes back from being valid for 30 to 60 days to now 7 days. So that's how quickly the prices are changing. The biggest, I guess, impact we see is that the individual prices for PCs and components are going to go up, which is going to affect the operating budgets of each department as we buy replacements. To try to help mitigate this a little bit, we're going to extend our replacement schedule an additional year, and additionally, we're going to discontinue surplusing PCs themselves that are still capable of running Windows 11, which is the most current operating system, just to try to build up some surplus of parts if we need to extend lives of existing systems.
That's scary.
Excuse me. One of our projects we'll look at doing next year is replacing our main firewall and aggregation switches in our core network. If you see on that chart, it's a little dark there, but that top layer is the layer that we're looking at replacing. Currently, we have a single firewall, single aggregation switch, but we're looking at building in some redundancy this year. More and more of our services that we use, for example, like the cemetery map they talked about earlier, it's all online now. So we want to ensure that we don't lose access to that if we have, like, for example, a firewall go out. In the past, everything was in-house. You could still operate even though you didn't have internet access. Nowadays, Lee's software, all the stuff that we've been talking about, it all requires internet access. So we want to build as much redundancy as we can to ensure that we, keep constant access to those systems. The budget impact on that is going to be around $25,000, and it will be included in our capital request, which I think is going to be later on. The next thing we're looking at doing is a system called SD-WAN. So currently, we rely on a single ISP at all of our locations to provide our access to the internet. We want to put in a secondary ISP, being a cellular service, and then utilizing our existing equipment to create automated failovers. We piloted this out at Millennium Park. We do a lot of credit card transactions out there. We had an issue where Spectrum had a few outages. We were unable to process concession sales. So we wanted to solve that problem by creating a solution of putting in redundancy at the ISP level. So we piloted a project out there with using Verizon Cellular as a backup. So far, it's working flawlessly. Everything automatically switches and switches back when the primary service is restored, so they can still process their concession transactions in the event of a ISP being out. We're missing a slide here, I believe. So, okay. Had one other thing. It's for some reason not in the presentation here. So currently we utilize for our remote users, those being, department supervisors when they're on the road. Marshall's department uses quite a bit for all of their in-field employees to access their telemetry systems. Currently, we use a traditional VPN. With a traditional VPN, it's an implicit trust system. So when you connect in, it's as if you're sitting on the network, you get full access to everything. With a zero trust network access solution that we're going to, first of all, to verify you, and it's no longer just an authentication, but you have to be on a correct device in a correct location as an approved user. So there's like a multiple layer checkpoint to make sure that you're able to access the solution. And then once you're connected, you don't get carte blanche to everything. It's now explicit. So one user may only get access to one specific service, say for example, Lee's accounting software, where another user is going to get that plus Marshall's SCADA system, and then we can, basically individual resources you have to be assigned to. You don't just get everything once you're connected in. And the reason we do this is just to try to limit the vectors that if we have somehow someone get in, that they don't have access to everything. It's just specifically what that user was allowed to utilize to perform their duties. The budget impact of that is it's this solution where we've been piloting that we like. It's around $5 a month per user. Right now we have between 30 and 40 users. So that cost would be spread across the departments that are utilizing that service. So you're looking at about $60 a year per user. And that's what I've got.
All right.
Hopefully I didn't get too deep in the weeds there.
Comments?
Nick, how long does a PC last that we have?
So it varies. A dispatch PC, we're lucky to get 3 years.
Okay.
A PC, for example, for a police clerk or something like that, we can go 5 to 6 years.
But that's about the end, I mean.
Yeah,
stretching it.
that's it's not so much that it's just that software changes so rapidly.
Mhm.
The computer is still okay. It just doesn't have the power to run
Gotcha.
the new stuff. Everything's going browser-based. Browsers are very resource intensive, and as you add more stuff into that, it's getting beyond the scope of what the original resources are able to handle. So, like I say, a system like Dispatch where it's run 24/7, 365,
Yeah,
we get 3 years out of them, we're doing good.
yeah.
It loses the ability to update the new changes?
So you can, and to an extent. So a lot of what we use nowadays are what are considered small form factor PCs. They're not the big towers like you used to have. They're small. You're probably seeing them mounted on the back of the screens. A lot of those utilize what they call a system on a chip, to where the entire system is built into one chip that's soldered to the board. So there's very little you can change. You can upgrade a hard drive. You can maybe add a little RAM, but it's not interchangeable parts like it used to be. The reason we utilize those is they're substantially cheaper and they're easier to maintain because they have less moving parts.
What'd you say?
No, I said that makes sense.
Yeah, it does, yeah. I had an iPhone 6 and they'd already gotten to iPhone
time to
14 or
upgrade.
15, remember that? And it's like, what's wrong with this thing?
Yeah.
It stopped
Still run
downloading.
on Steam?
What's that?
Your phone runs on Steam?
I don't know what's running on, it's, Nick said it ran out of whatever's out. Whatever's on, it wouldn't run anymore, but it happens though. Wow.
Yeah.
Man.
Thing fascinates me about Nick too is he self-taught? I mean, you just learned this on your own.
For the most part, yeah.
Smarter man than I, for sure.
Went from cutting grass to this.
That's amazing. Well, you've done a great job for the
Yep.
city. Hope you continue doing a great job for the city.
Yeah, no need to retire.
I
don't think.
told the chief
What else
last
you
night.
gotta do?
Yeah, I told the chief last night, 5 more years, right? Yeah, he's just looking like, what you talking about?
No, we appreciate you though.
Yes,
Thank
that's
you.
right. From,
And all you, all the rest of you.
he went from Dexter Court to City Hall. Stayed at City Hall the rest of his life. So that's amazing, right?
Yeah, it's been the longest summer job ever.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we do, that's right. Well, great story. Okay, any other questions or comments? Well, we'll entertain a motion to take a break, to break for lunch. It's 10 after 11, so come back 11:15.
You can? Yeah.
So how much time for lunch? 30 minutes?
No big deal. It might be later on.
Come back,
30 minutes? 30 minutes?
yeah, come back about a quarter to 12.
What's that?
Come back about
Quarter 12?
quarter 12 or so, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Carter says quarter 12. Don't leave the building though, right? Oh, you can. I'm just messing with him, man.
I don't have my ankle braces on today. I can go where I want to.
Extra minutes here, so, up next is, Crossfield. She got out here community development. Okay. What was that?
Said my feet are dangling. Was it Nick in this chair before I was? I feel like a little kid. All right. So I put a little bit of everything I do into these 3 little boxes to try to keep myself organized. So that's how we're going to frame this discussion today. Public outreach and communication, community events and programs, and business support and marketing. So for public outreach and communication, we've tried a few different things. You know, we always hear, well, I don't use social media. Okay, well, let's try something else. Well, I'm not getting the newspaper. Okay, well, let's try something else. So really, we're going to try a little bit of everything, which I think is a good communication strategy anyway. I feel like the newsletter, the weekly newsletter, it's an e-newsletter. We have grown to about 1,100 subscribers over the last 2 years. So I think that has been pretty successful, and it's fairly affordable, inexpensive annually. It's $318 annually. The good thing about that is we can also share it on social media. So if you're not subscribed, you could still have access to it. And then I also publish it on our website, so you can go back and look at older issues if you wanted to. Based on our web traffic, nobody wants to, but they might. Facebook, we've grown to 12,800 followers. We got a big bump last year because we had some YouTube fame. But that's free, so we don't do any Facebook ads or anything, and we try to share as much on Facebook as we possibly can. We also started the City of First podcast last year, and we have 704 downloads. That's about $144 a year. And so we are hoping to grow that a little more. It is one of those things that we haven't prioritized, but about once a month we'll get an episode out, and then we'll get some traffic from that. High level CRM. So this is a program that we used back when we had our old website design, and it was really for customer relationship tracking. And so what that means is if somebody were to submit a form or a survey to us, we could see how that relationship has progressed, so we could see how often we interact with that one person. But those have typically just been used for like my purposes. So if I'm doing a survey or if I'm trying to get registrations for things like our civic engagement series, then I'll be able to tell who's most involved. And it's just not something that we're using as much anymore because we do have a free option. Google does fine forms. They're not quite as pretty, but they'll do the trick. And we have capabilities through Civic Plus as well. So I put that in red because as our subscription ends, I will likely cancel that subscription and continue to just use the things that we have available. It's nice, but we weren't using its full capabilities, and we can save a little there. We also have recently started a LinkedIn page. We only have 71 followers, so hopefully that grows over the next few years. LinkedIn is really where your business and economic development and community live, and so the content on there is geared more towards that and less of public information. So as I look ahead to this year, I'd really like to focus more on that storytelling piece and being able to really market Danville through LinkedIn and other things. So our monthly bill inserts, I've received a lot of positive feedback from putting the newsletter in the bill monthly. And sometimes it's a recap of commission actions or things that have happened in the commission meetings. Or sometimes it's just general information like how to pay your water bills, or the 250th events were one of the most recent bill inserts. But they are comparatively a little costly. It's about $1,700 a month. But it does reach all of our billed water customers. And even if they get an electronic bill, they do get a copy of that in PDF form. So it's a good way to reach everyone if they look at it, but it is there available to them. And those are also uploaded on our website. So again, if someone wanted to go back and look, they could. Some of the other things, and I won't go through all these, but with communication, we really look at unified design, so really utilizing our logos with event signage and banners. We're trying to get a little more creative with our downtown banners, and we've got our veterans banner program that's coming up. Those have gone to print. We've filled all the poles in Danville, and so we should see those up before Memorial Day. And then we also added the downtown directory, which is remarkably hard to keep updated, but it's there, and I think it's pretty. And then we're supporting events like the Brass Band Festival, MLK, the Christmas, Third Thursdays in downtown Downbeat. And then I come bearing gifts, so you all received your notebooks. And these are things that we take with us sometimes if we're marketing the city, or even for educational purposes here locally, because people will lose our business cards, but they will not lose that little notebook because those sticky notes are adorable. So those are the types of things that I would like to have on hand, and I'd like to have more on hand. I've created an economic profile for the city, something we can take with us when we are talking to prospective businesses. We have our downtown master plan, which we have a digital form, but we like to be able to hand that to people as well. So those items, there are printing costs and design costs associated with those that just have to be considered when we're looking at the budget. And again, the promotional items. The local government literacy program is happening now. We already had our first session. It was the most boring session because I just went over all the basics, but it gets more exciting as we go on. The next time is utilities. We're going to meet at the water plant. And I think Andy and Marshall are going to do a great job with that. So hopefully you all can join us for a few of those sessions. This year we started Coffee with Commissioners, which I think has been pretty successful. I'd like to see new faces come to those. So I'm going to hit the ground running with just trying to share that a little farther and wider. And then we also have redesigned our website with some department pages that are updated. Our community calendar is getting a little more use, but I'd like to encourage people to submit more events to it. And then we have welcome to Danville emails by request, where you can go on our website and say, hey, I'm new to Danville, what do I need to know? And I'll send them an email that has where to get your water or where to get all the things. That hasn't gotten a lot of use, but I've actually spoken with a few employers lately who are like, well, I'm getting new employees. They would love to know this. So they are sharing it themselves with their employees. Okay, that's a lot on one slide. All right, so these are just some of the events that we have ongoing. You're aware of all of those, but the city may not be a primary sponsor for those, but we do either support with in-kind sponsorships or we do the work. So, and the Danville KY gift card is gaining some steam as well. We have 42 different businesses that are part of that, and it's seen a little bump after Christmas. People got them for prizes or Christmas gifts from corporate Christmas gifts, and now they're using them. And then some upcoming events. We have the 4th of July Military Appreciation Parade on the 4th of July, obviously, and hoping that's going to be a really great event. And we are taking a fresh look at Third Thursday. So you had Downtown Downbeat before, which was first Thursday, and then you had Third Thursday, which was sometimes the thing and sometimes it wasn't. And then you have the farmer's market on Saturday and sometimes on Thursday. So anyway, we're marrying all those things together for one big monthly event in downtown Danville. You'll still have your farmer's market on Saturdays. Don't worry about that. That's still there. But your Thursdays are going to be way cooler on the third Thursday because everything is going to happen at the same time. Music, vendors, shopping. Awesome. New business events, we are hoping to kind of bring those back up. We had done a few last year in partnership with the Development Corporation and with the Chamber. And those two organizations have gone through some transitions, and so we're hoping to revamp that and bring that back. And in the same vein, like the Welcome to Danville emails, I'm considering ways we can educate people as they move in, work with realtors, and maybe host a session once a month, or even a live stream once a month that just explains those things, like where to get your water bill and where to do all the things in Danville, to people as they move in. When we get the banners up, we're going to have a walk. We're going to walk around and we're going to talk about each of the veterans, and hopefully their families can join us. Memorial Plaza dedication. We're working with Josh on that and our first responders to look at September 11th as a date to, it's the 25th anniversary, which is nuts. So we will dedicate Memorial Plaza on that day, and then we're also planning some other things in conjunction with the Chamber of Commerce, like a business resource fair and some small business week events. Okay, so for business support and marketing, what I'm hoping for this year is to really focus on building our business retention and expansion program. It hasn't truly existed. We have a lot of resources that are in a lot of different places. And so working closely with the Chamber of Commerce, their new director, Sarah, is amazing, and we work well together. And so we're working through these steps. We're finding the right team. We're learning more about the resources we have locally, resources we have at the state level, and then meeting with employers. So we've met with a few of our top employers so far. We're working down the list, and like I say there, we'll just rinse and repeat. And we're learning a lot, but the point being, we're here to help tell stories for businesses here in our community, but we're also here to let them know that Danville is a business-friendly community, and we're here to help. And then you can take a look at the newer expanded initiatives. These are things we're working on together. Again, the Jumpstart program already existed, but it was kind of owned by the Development Corporation, kind of owned by the Chamber. The city played a part. So now we're working on just bringing it into one place where if a business is interested in starting here in Danville, they could go to one place and get all of their information. And we can help them and guide them along that process. We do have a few business mentors already that are willing to help whenever businesses come into town, but we haven't really expanded on that program at all. So really that's just telling people about it and matching prospective business owners with those mentors. We have a couple of networking events. And then really focusing on gathering the data that we need to attract businesses, but also support businesses. So what kind of state programs would come here if they knew what types of businesses we have? So looking at the types of businesses, what they do, what they make, all of those good things. We're also working on making things a little easier for our food trucks downtown. So on that's a Josh thing, but I like bragging on him too, because this is a cool thing. He's got great ideas. And then again, create a one-stop shop for business owners and entrepreneurs. We're working with the Chamber of Commerce, generating these ideas of what it would look like if an entrepreneur has a product idea or an app idea. Where do they go to expand on those skills and to learn what resources are available? And so we're hoping that the city, chamber, development corporation, we can all join this together to be a one-stop shop for that. And then again, storytelling and marketing in all forms. And I added that picture there for millennial women. If you have ever watched Gilmore Girls, you'll understand, but one of our visits recently was at Hobart. And I've watched Gilmore Girls maybe 1,000 times, I don't know, 1,000,000 times. And I have never noticed that Hobart commercial dishwasher in the background. But I do now. And so I sent it over to them after we met and I said, can you confirm this would be a Danville product? And he said, oh yeah, that's the model C235X. That's only made in Danville. And I was like, well, that's cool because it's in every episode of Gilmore Girls after they open the Dragonfly Inn, by the way. So anyway, those are the kind of stories we want to tell, right? Like these products are being sent globally and they're being used in all sorts of ways. And so I'm really excited to focus on this year. I don't think there's anything in there that has too much of a budget impact. It's just going to be about getting our ducks in a row, making sure we have the right partners. So questions?
Any questions or comments?
You cover a lot of territory.
I thank you for traveling to well-chosen conventions, because that really promotes Danville, and it always says a lot when you go to them. It really garners attention, so thank you. I know you're a mom of young children, and I thank you for doing that.
Thank you. All right, thanks.
Other comments?
I do have a question. You talked about doing a Welcome to Danville thing. Which entity in most communities does that? Like the Chamber or the CVB or?
So, well, really the conversation started. We did Josh left me. We did a podcast a while back, and we had a bilingual student from Danville High School on the podcast because she was just hanging out, helping out. And we asked her, like, what would you like to see in Danville? And she said, well, when I came here, she's one of the only people in her family who speaks English. And she said, I would have liked an opportunity to help my family understand where they go to do things and how things work around here. And so we talked in that conversation about maybe a monthly event, maybe it's a quarterly event, or maybe it's just a tour, an invitation. So I've tried to build relationships with realtors because they usually know when you're here, and provide them with the resources. But I think we could go a little more in depth with that and not just cover city services, but also library, post office, hospitals. Where do you go to live here? I mean, it's pretty easy to get around here, but, and then again, including that accessibility piece. Like I said, she was bilingual, so having those translators available or ASL translators available to reach all of our incoming citizens.
Okay, so you're not partnering, you're actually doing it yourself?
Well,
I thought
we are
maybe
in
you had a
the
wagon or something.
idea stages of that. That is a hope and dream for this year. We will definitely work with the chamber on that, or
Okay.
anybody you suggest.
Yeah, well, like, I always donate stuff to the Harrodsburg Chamber.
Yeah.
Because every single new resident Joe Cutler goes to and says, here's all of our partners, here's all the, kind
Yeah.
of like the welcome wagon used to do. And I didn't know if our chamber did that or.
Well, they
our
don't right now,
CBD.
but they're just getting started, so I think it would be a good partnership for us to work with them.
That would be great. Most businesses will.
Yeah.
Want to be part of it, so, okay.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is the fire department, chief.
All right, how about now?
Sir.
There we go. All right, so we just wanted to quickly, overview some of the things that we've done in 2025. So in 2025, at the fire department, we responded on 3,118 calls for service. That's including fire rescue and EMS. Of those calls, 1,337 of them were just EMS related. We've actually installed 95 car seats for the citizens. They come by, make appointments, and our firefighters are all trained to properly, inspect them and actually install them for them, or teach the citizens how to install them. We have performed standby for 99 confined space entries at different manufacturing facilities here in town. And we've actually averaged 342 hours of training per person at the fire department. To give you some perspective on that, that's well above any standard that's expected. The Kentucky Fire Commission expects a firefighter to receive or exceed 100 hours of training per year to maintain their professional qualifications. But with guidance from other organizations such as National Fire Protection Association, if you really want to try to attain their guidelines, it would really take about 250 hours of training a year to really stay current in with all the guidelines and all the trainings that we need. So we're significantly overachieving on those items. So in 2025, in addition to that, we had 4 retirements. 3 of those were administrative staff and 1 firefighter. In 2025, we were able to, promote 3 more people, 3 administrative staff. We also hired 3 laterals. Those 3 laterals, they have various levels of experience at other fire departments. Ranging from 2 years to well over 25 years at different fire departments. So it adds diversity to our department and some experience where it's needed. Sometimes it's hard to fill those gaps, especially when a lot of our attrition comes from more senior members of the department. We also hired 1 recruit. And we kind of put a / transfer. So Ben Thompson, he was a transfer from Public Works. And he, had ambitions to be a firefighter and had that for a long time. And he had the opportunity to transfer to our department. And then we sent him through Recruit Academy. That'll end up coming up a little bit later in the presentation as well. In addition to that, we actually put Engine 19 into service in 2025. Engine 19 going into service in 2025 really has kind of positioned ourselves well to really not to have to invest heavily into fire apparatus, which are very expensive pieces of equipment for the near future. We probably don't have to really look into making a substantial investment in apparatus for the next 3 years or so before we need to start planning for the attrition of some of our backup engines. Move on to some of the things I wanted to recognize that we also got done in the 2025 year is with the car seat program that we have, we received the Governor's Safety Award for our car seat program. We also trained 172 individuals in the American Heart Association CPR and first aid. We've hosted multiple classes at the department. That was one of our goals last year, was to try to become more of a regional hub for some trainings. So that's IFSAC aerial class that was actually put on by State Fire Commission, and we hosted it here. So we had multiple agencies from outside the department come in and partake in that training. We mentioned Ben Thompson a little earlier as our recruit that we hired in 2025, and he received an award at the Fire Academy as co-valedictorian of the Fire Academy. There's a picture of him here. That Fire Academy is 13 weeks long. And it takes a significant commitment from them because they live there Monday through Friday for those 13 weeks. We hosted Norfolk Southern Training Exercise. That was also another regional exercise. It's a large-scale hazmat incident with rail yard equipment involved. So it's a simulated exercise. We also we're performing joint trainings with Will County EMS on a monthly basis. So we've really, over the last year, really started to cultivate a really good relationship and working well and more efficiently, with the other services in our community. We also took part in the mock disaster drill that was put on by emergency management and Bull County EMS and Bull County High School. We did that. It was a incident involving a school bus rollover and how we would handle that because that overtaxes anybody's resources when you have that many, patients that you're having to deal with. That exercise went well. And then we also instituted some stress management and leadership courses. We kind of decided to invest heavily into that in the last year, towards the end of the last year. We'll revisit that as we move forward too. So 2026 personnel changes. Since we rolled into 2026, we've hired 3 new recruits. Those recruits are currently in the fire academy. And those 3 recruits actually will allow us to fully complement our current staffing model. Once these recruits are able to go online, which probably won't be until August or so, they'll be in the fire academy until mid-May. Then they'll get out of the fire academy and they'll have a little bit of time before they have to go into EMT class. And once they have their EMT certification, then we can put them online as career firefighters. So that we're looking at a window of probably around August before that actually would happen. That'll be our first opportunity to really execute having our full staffing model. That will actually give us 10 people per shift across the board with all 3 shifts. That our current staffing model is 35 personnel. I've got 5 administrative staff and 30 operational staff. So each shift has 10 people. We also hired 1 lateral recently to fill in the role of one of the other retirements. But that left a whole lot of, with all the retirements that we had, it left a whole lot of people working out of position. So we've really worked really hard in the last 3 to 4 months to really start to reestablish all the positions and get everybody aligned to where they needed to be. So we've promoted 3 battalion chiefs, we've promoted 3 lieutenants, and we've promoted a training officer. This year was our first opportunity to get back to having a training officer in our current staffing structure. And that was something that we were sorely missing for years. When we lost that position, all the training had to fall onto the operational staff to be able to perform that on their own. And while they all are, very capable and very knowledgeable about what we do and are all very good instructors, the consistency of the training across the board and making sure that we're all speaking the same language all the time and we can all intermingle together and not miss a beat, really gets lost when you don't have somebody coordinating those efforts, So, the consistency of training, the coordinated and intentional effort to make sure that that training is really aligning with the guidelines that are set forth from those multiple tools that we have. We've got the National Fire Protection Agency, we've got ISO, which I'll talk about a little bit more here in a minute. That training officer really becomes a key role for us. We hired Josh White as our new training officer. And while he's somewhat new to us, Josh brings a really diverse perspective to that role. And he's already really started to help us gain a lot of traction in that regard. So Josh, he's really had a lot of diverse experience. He's had 25 years experience as a firefighter, and 13 of which he was a fire chief for a volunteer fire department. And he spent 6 years as a law enforcement officer, and then, most importantly, he had 13 years of experience as an area coordinator for Kentucky Fire Commission State Fire Rescue Training. And that's what really correlates to this particular job. He's done it before. He's done it for actually a larger agency or a larger group of fire departments and coordinated those efforts. And I really think that really is going to translate well for him to really help us move forward where we need to in our training programs. And then before joining us, he actually spent another 2 years at the Lexington Bluegrass Airport as a firefighter. So those experiences will also, help us out moving forward. So that being said, with all that change, we really started to zero in. Our primary focus really needs to be on staff development this year. While all these people were highly talented and very capable of moving into the positions that they've moved into, they just now got moved into those positions. So now we need to work on building their capacity to be successful in that new role that they've taken on. Those new roles that they've taken on are, can be really challenging. So we really want to look at, stabilizing everybody into those new roles. Help them build the capacities that they need in order to be successful in those roles. Ensure that all those positions are really grounded in what the best practices are, and that's where the training officer will come into place, and that's where us as an administrative staff really building the structure for them to succeed, so that they know where the expectations are, and how to navigate and make sure that that is not solely dependent on one person. We can build the framework to make sure that the organization is supporting that. And that goes into moving into what, our primary objectives are. Our primary objectives as a fire department, of course, is, to save lives, protect property, and preserve the environment. That's what all of our, that's the very basics of what a fire department does. And we want to make sure that our mission is always in line with that, making sure that we're not getting, we as fire department, we are the jacks of all trades, right? And sometimes we'll get, we want to be the fixer for every issue. And sometimes we can say, oh, well, this issue is coming up a lot. We're going to spend a lot of time learning in that, and we may lose our focus on what our primary goal or primary mission may be. So we just want to make sure that we're really aligned with that. So moving into, organizational growth, well, how do we determine where we need to grow, and how do we need to determine these things? So I need to identify and communicate the needs based on our primary focus. And the tools that we can use to find out what we really need to be primarily focused on is the ISO PPC. ISO PPC is the Insurance Service Organization or Insurance Service Office, and they develop a public protection classification for every community in the nation. That is the classification that allows insurance companies to know what the capacities of the fire department, the water supply, dispatch, the whole system, what the capacities are, so that they can determine what their loss rate is going to be if there was a fire in that area. So that heavily dictates what the insurance rates are in the area. And we also have the National Fire Protection Agency, which sets forth guidelines for us to try to achieve. And then in 2021, there was the CPSM study that really did a large assessment of all of our demographics, all of our run volume, all of our run data, and really kind of gave us some guidelines on what we could do to improve the resources and improve our response objectives and things like that. So we're going to utilize those things as tools to really help us align with what those primary objectives would be. Looking at those, I've spent the last 6 months, a little longer, really diving deep into a lot of those assessments. And looking at those assessments, it's really showing us that we need to invest in realigning some of our objectives to more efficiently serve the community that we have. But also, there are some areas there in which we really need to expand our capacities. And some of those capacities, we may need to consider additional staff in order to achieve those objectives. So one of our primary goals is being able to provide enough firefighters and enough fire resources to every fire that we go to. And it was identified in some of those assessments that we are having to divide all of the objectives that have to happen on a fire scene too broadly with not enough personnel. And we need to break those things down to make and divide that labor amongst more people so that we can have some people that are specifically engaged in fire suppression at the same time with people that are engaged in victim search and rescue without having to multitask on those things. So that's something that we need to consider moving forward is how do we align our operations with that? Some of the initiatives that we've taken so far is leadership development. I know that human resources is really leaned into this. Whole city has really leaned into leadership development. So we're utilizing some of those resources in addition to some sole source resources that we invested in as a fire department that we thought translated really well to what our organization does and the kind of paramilitary aspect to what a fire department is. And that was the echelon front training that I brought before you all a few months back. We've really rolled that program out and people are really gravitating to it, and it's really helping us all learn to speak the same language so that we can really have high-level discussions about how we want to adopt this into how we do business. Stress management and resiliency training, that was something I really asked the question, how do we go from, we had an operational tempo in which a lot of people were close to burnout or close to, like, they just weren't really thriving on the job. And so, I was really looking at how do we go from surviving this job as a first responder to really thriving on it. And so I really wanted, what we need to do is we need to enhance our ability to handle the stresses that we know that we're going to be subjected to. So how do we do that? How do we develop a wellness model that helps people understand how the stress is affecting them and build their capacity to handle it better in better ways. So we've leaned into stress management and resiliency training, and we've been implementing those things in the department. And we want to continue to do so. We've also been assessing the organizational needs. So I told you we've had an in-depth look into the ISO and the NFPA and CPSM. Doing so, we've also recognized that we wanted to adopt, we want to make sure that we readdressed and adopt some organizational values, mission, and vision. We want to make sure we stay grounded in what our purpose is. And in doing so, what values do, when you have to make a decision that you don't have enough information to make the decision, what do you lean on? You have to lean on a value. You have to lean on something. I know, even if it's not the right thing, I know I did what was right in this situation. Like, regardless of whether it was good or bad, what the end result is, we had to live by a particular value. So we wanted to define these things so that we knew that we were all speaking the same language again and be able to make sure we were dynamic enough that when things don't go the way we expect them to go, we can make a decision that we're happy with. And I really think that's what values, mission, and vision will do for you. Assessing options of operational objectives. Going back to making sure our objectives are aligned with our primary mission, we kind of assessed this, and we were running a lot of EMS calls that that weren't really aligned with. They weren't true emergencies. We ended up getting dispatched to a lot of calls that exactly that, they weren't true emergencies. So what we try to do is work on a policy and look at what that run volume was doing and how it was taking away from us being able to really perform our primary mission. So we've started to try to realign that by writing a policy that makes sure that we are performing the first response for EMS for the true emergencies, for the cardiac arrest, for the trouble breathing, for significant bleeding, and start to pivot that away from the squad truck that we have and put that responsibility back on the on the actual engine companies so that we can start focusing on getting more resources to fires and rescues. Make sure I've gotten where I'm at. So that was an example of us assessing our operational objectives and making sure they're aligned with that. So we've developed that action plan. We actually put that into motion. What we're wanting to do is we're really wanting to pivot those resources and get a ladder company in service. A ladder company is going to help us achieve our primary objectives at a much better rate than what we're capable of with running a sole resource of a medical unit. And then I had on here assess needs for fire marshal objectives. So our fire marshal is responsible for our fire prevention, public education, and fire code inspections. In the past, we've conducted on average about 200 inspections a year that we have documented of going into commercial places and checking them for any fire code hazards or anything like that to make sure that they're a safe place to do business. Through our recent assessments and things like that, we believe we need to be performing 600 of those inspections a year. And so we really need more capacity in our fire marshal's office. And because we don't want to not be able to do the fire education. We want to be in the schools. We want to be able to do those things. So one of the things that moving forward we may want to consider is whether we could supplement the fire marshal's office with a part-time, for the time being, fire inspector that could help him do the inspections and get caught up to the point where maybe we could properly execute the 600 inspections a year that we really need to be performing. Initiatives moving forward. So a line training program with best practices based on ISO, PPC, NFPA, Kentucky Fire Commission. Update SOPs and SOGs to reflect best practices and primary mission. So we do have a lot of SOPs written, but most of our SOPs are really aligned with, administrative duties. And we would like to intently focus on trying to get a lot of operating guidelines out so that we put the parameters on decision-making on every one of our operational calls. So we really want to intentionally focus on working on some of the SOPs and SOGs. And update and enter into mutual aid and automatic aid agreements. So what this is mutual aid agreements. We've had them in place for years. They haven't been updated since, I've got some of them that go back to 2009. I have some of them that are even earlier than that. So mutual aid agreement, what it is that when we arrive on a scene, if we believe this scene is going to exceed the resources that we have available for it, we would call another agency within the region and have them supplement those resources. And we need to make sure that we have a good working relationship with all the other resources in our community and make sure that we have those mutual aid agreements in so that when that call is made, they understand the parameters in which we're asking and we don't have to make it up at the time. What an automatic aid agreement is and sometimes automatic aid agreements would serve us in a lot better because what that is actually we can pre-plan our jurisdiction. And if we know that there's a particular intersection in town that is always going to, that it frequently exceeds the resources that we have available because of a reoccurring event that happens here, we could pre-plan and have an arrangement with another agency and have them automatically send in resources every time we get that particular call, whether it's a fire or whatever it is, and that would be a reciprocal agreement between us performing some type of aid for them on some of their calls, and then them performing that type of aid, whatever type of aid that we need for our calls. And we really want to look into updating that and working out some of these agreements with other agencies. So some of our current objectives that we've got is address the ISO PPC deficiencies. I don't like the word deficiencies. What it is it's a true assessment to give you a reality of where you are. And what some of the public protection classification has indicated, and I've gone back through and seen the ratings for the last 30 years. And what they've shown us is that we, as the city has grown, we haven't grown as a fire department hand in hand with it. So that rating, even though we've enhanced our services, we haven't enhanced them at the same rate that the city has grown. And so our rating has actually steadily declined over the last 30 years. And we want to really put an intentional focus on making sure that the things that we're doing are aligning with that to maximize what that grading is, because it could significantly impact every insurance rate in the community. And I think we really have an opportunity in the next 3 to 5 years to really maximize that efficiency and actually improve our grading to the point where we could provide a discount to everybody's insurance rate in our jurisdiction. I think it could easily be done with just some intentional focus on our training objectives, our efforts in the fire prevention program, and then getting a ladder company in service. A true ladder company in service in our community would significantly impact that. But it's resource dependent. We would need some personnel to put on that vehicle. Align response priorities with the best practices, training and development. Let's see if I'm aligned with here. Training and development, make sure that all of our training and development is aligned with enhancing that public protection classification. And then address operational tempo. I spoke about that a little bit earlier. Our operational tempo of 3,200 calls a year was really overtaxing the resources that we had. So we needed to look at adopting, I kind of try to take that from two different directions. I want to expand our capacities to handle that call volume, but I also want to make sure that the call volume is where we're needed to be. Like if there are some calls that were going out that we really couldn't, we weren't really the asset that needed to be on that call, then let's learn and figure out how to, to trim that list back so that it's really meeting the higher need. We also want to really look at updating the airport response plan. The emergency action plan that I've seen for the airport is really outdated and really needs to be readdressed. And we're going to be working on creating a new EAP there. In order to do that, really what we need to do is a tabletop exercise with the other agencies in our jurisdiction that would be helping us support that in a mutual aid agreement or automatic aid agreement, and then draw up a new line. So that'll take us a little bit of time, but it's definitely something that we're going to focus on this year. And then update those aid agreements. So the 26, 27 goals, one is place a ladder company in service. We could, once we get those 3 personnel back from the academy, we'll have the staffing to be able to put a minimum staff level together of 2 engine companies and a ladder company. One of the challenges that we would have in that is that any call outs or vacations, we would be going below what effective staffing for those 3 apparatus would be. So if our goal is to have those 3 apparatus always in service, we're going to have a few more people. And that's something we can work towards for the next 3 to 5 years. But that should be the model that we need. We need 2 engine companies and a ladder company running 24/7 all the time in our community, in my opinion. So ensure all policies and procedures and practices align with organizational objectives and practices. Continue Station 2 improvements. So this past year, we had capital improvements. At Station 2, we spent $30,000 putting new overhead doors in the front. They were 20 years old, and they were starting to break down. We have 2 more that need to be replaced out there, in addition to the roof over top of the bay. I believe we're moving forward with at least the planning phases of possible Station 3. That's a budget concern for this year. We're also looking to collaborate with DPD for a drone program. I know that they have a need for a drone program, and I think we could piggyback off of that and actually utilize that resource and contribute to that as well. And then the fire marshal's office, we're wanting to add capacity to it also because the city has a need for, a safety officer, or at least somebody to help facilitate that over the near future until we're able to expand, or the city's able to expand in that growth. Because we're really well aligned with, we already do lockout, tagout safety. We already do confined space safety. And those are some of the programs that the city really wanted to focus on in the near future. And we think that through the fire marshal's office, we would be able to help with that in the near future as a stopgap until we find a bigger, better solution for it. In addition to the OSHA safety guidelines that we've been going through over the last couple of years, he could help facilitate the inspections that are be required to make sure that we're all staying up to par with our OSHA safety. And then concentrate on a 3, 5, and 10-year plan. We're going to be going over capital here in the next week and be bringing that forward here soon too. And then here's what I believe the operational budget impacts would be if we put a ladder company in service. That would cause us to have higher fuel costs. We currently have $30,000 budgeted for our fuel usage with all the vehicles in our fleet. That is a high demand fuel usage vehicle. We would probably expect a 10% or a $10,000 increase in that line item if we were to have that in service all the time. So we'd be moving from $30,000 a year to $40,000 a year. Additional maintenance costs of that vehicle. I would, expect us to possibly have to move up 10% in that line item. It's not, it wouldn't be a huge impact, but it would be an impact. The biggest impact would be if we develop a different staffing model in order to be able to effectively deploy it more frequently. And then proposed a possibly moving forward with a part-time fire inspector to try to enhance the fire prevention and life safety in the fire marshal's office. That would have an operational impact. Randy and I took a look at that, and we believe we could execute that for a part-time or less than $25,000 a year position, to have somebody come in a couple of days a week and actually do nothing but inspections, and that being all managed by the fire marshal. In addition to this, I didn't have it on the slide, but we have been authorized, and we are trading in 2 of our 2017 Ford Explorers that are in the fleet program with Enterprise, and upgrading to a new F-150, which would be a fire marshal's vehicle, and another Explorer. And besides that, I believe that's the majority of the operational budget impacts that I can think of for this year.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions?
Questions, comments?
You did a good job.
All right.
Y'all got a lot of change, and I know this is nerve-wracking for people to go through.
Yeah, definitely. I'm growing into this position, right? This is not something I've been comfortable with in the past, but I'm trying to get there. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. We'll help you get there. Good, good. No questions? No questions? Oh, we were asking questions all day. What's wrong with you?
We're all questioned out.
Yes, sir. Chief Gray. Up next.
There we go. So this is the Danville Police Department. And actually, Chief Doan did most of these slides, as I've been off for a few weeks and just returned back last week. We'll start out with the 2025 overview. And, it was a pretty big year for us. We had our accreditation with Kentucky League of Cities, and we, again, are still an accredited agency for law enforcement. A lot of what we did last year was actually just restructuring, kind of getting ready for my retirement, and just looking at the police department, dispatch, and then also I oversee codes and parking. So it was kind of like, okay, how do we need align ourselves and get ready for what we can look forward in the next couple of years. So we promoted an assistant chief that oversaw dispatch as the dispatch supervisor, Rebecca Hafley, retired. We thought promoting a line officer over that would help do some things there for us that we hadn't quite had in the past. It also allowed us to add an extra dispatcher. Call volume is going up, and dispatch is taking those call volumes. And we need those ladies and one gentleman, Matthew, down there. We went back to 3 patrol captains, 1 for each shift, and 4 patrol sergeants. And kind of what that did is we have an overlap on our second shift. And a lot of times, the way we do with our 10-hour shifts, there's 1 or 2 days that the captains are not there on shift. And that second shift overlap is a very busy shift. And so we have those 2 sergeants, or an extra 2 sergeants, and they're filling on that second shift overlap. So that allows us some days to have 2 supervisors, at least on some of those busy days, on those Fridays and Saturdays. We have a seasonal traffic unit. I think some of you probably have heard about, if you're on Facebook at all. He started last week or 2 weeks ago, and he pretty much runs 9 months out of the year. We have him off during the winter months. I think we have him off from somewhere in the middle of November to February, roughly. We have 39 full-time officers that work patrol. Overall, there's 52 between our SROs and between our crossing guards that also report to the patrol side. If you count dispatch, there's 67 people that in total that I kind of supervise. As you can see there, we had 16,238 events last year. That number steadily is increasing, and not just that number is increasing, but the complexity of calls are increasing. That's a lot of calls for us. So again, dispatch is handling all those calls, and as complexity of those calls become, they're also taking fire calls and EMS calls usually on those complex calls. So dispatch is usually handling 3 agencies, and the max we have is 2 dispatchers down there. So again, we're looking at, somewhere down the line that we're probably going to have 3 dispatchers on shift to help cover that crunch time that we look at on the patrol side. We have a Kentucky League of Cities inspection. They have a law enforcement branch. They come out and they do an accreditation check, an inspection check, and we had 92.72% on that grading scale out of 100. Some of the things that we talk about is not only, but community events. Every Christmas we do a Shop with the Cop event where we take kids from the elementary schools here in the community and go take them out shopping. We also, not just community events like that and brass band and different parades and marchings, we also have, we do sporting events. And some of the big things you're starting to see that are more complex are rallies and political events. And, I think everybody in this political climate understands that those events are getting more and more challenging for us and require quite a bit of police presence at times. And most of these events are usually Saturday mornings and things like that, or Sunday mornings. And that's not really a high activity time for us, but so that requires us to use a lot of overtime really to come in and cover those events. So scheduling for those things like that, they do create some problems with scheduling. So that's 2025 and just kind of an overview. Essential components, training. We always got to have training. And we can't always get it at DLCJT for free. Some of that complex training has got to come from outside agencies and not just in the state of Kentucky. So that's expensive. So one of the things we're doing is increasing our training budget. Clothing, yeah, it's expensive. So I can tell you, vests, weapons, leather, uniforms, just different uniforms for different occasions too. All that stuff is just going up. Flock camera systems. So what is a flock camera system? They're all over town. You probably don't even know they're here, but the flock camera system is a license plate reader. And very, very helpful. For example, you have a hit and run somewhere, you know it's a white car. The officers can just log into that system and look for white cars that's passed a flock camera in that area. And it tracks down stuff like that. But not only that, I think, you know, some of you know that KSB had a vehicle hit and run last weekend out on Stony Point and out in that area near Old Bridge. We have a flock camera system there. They knew the car or description of the car. They're able to use the flock camera system to get the exact license plate and track that person, suspect down and make an arrest shortly that afternoon. So we need to increase that. Like I said, KSP uses that as well as we use it. We can share that with other agencies, and other agencies can share their flock camera information with us. So we need to upgrade that and keep that going. Tasers, vests, and weapons, like I said, you know, those are essential needs. That expense has always continued to grow. WatchGuard bundles. WatchGuard is the body cameras that we wear or that we have as on our individual officers. I just think that the WatchGuard, I implemented that when I first became chief 15 years ago, and you know, to me, it's a necessity. We need to increase that. The storage fees and the warranty is another $90,000. So for a total, you're looking at about $186,000. That would be a capital expense. What we'd like to do as far as the 27 goals is we would like to add a patrol officer and the reason we'd like to add a patrol officer is because we'd like to add a detective. And we don't really want to just slide somebody in investigations and lose that patrol slot. That detective would become pretty much a narcotics patrol officer / patrol detective that would work with the K-9 units. Our K-9s are mainly a second shift unit, and with putting somebody in that, like a detective role, that would allow that person to do a lot of daytime stuff that the K-9 detectives can't do, and do some administrative things. So that would be kind of what we call a slot position that would do a little bit of investigative work, mainly geared toward narcotics. But it would help the K-9 units that don't get to use some of that. They don't see a lot of that daytime time. And that officer would do a couple of days day shift, get some of that administrative work out of the way, but do a lot of narcotic stuff in the evenings. We're always upgrading patrol vehicles and stuff like that through Enterprise, and this is just our normal allotment of patrol vehicles and one detective unit if we switch to the K-9 or switch to the detective. Like I said, retirements, I'm definitely going to retire this fall. We have 3 others that could retire this fall. We've been speaking with them to see, you know, what they think their options are going to be. One of those is a detective, and a couple are on the patrol side. So we could lose 2 or 3 other people in key positions for us. If not this year, I would definitely suspect in the next year. So we've been doing a lot of succession planning and thinking ahead on how those things will affect us going forward. One of the things we've talked about is a policy committee, is just going through our policies. We haven't really updated and gone through our policies line by line in probably about 10 years, and just having a committee to go back and review policy. Like I said before, talking about advanced training, you know, just getting people into some advanced training like the fire chief talked about. We have talked about partner with them with the drone, and that would be some advanced training that we would need to get somewhere else, not at DLCJ too. He didn't really go into a lot, but the drone pretty much is just a necessary thing for law enforcement and fire. Crime scenes, not just crime scenes, but even accident scenes at times are getting very complex. And having an aerial unit to go in, take photographs, they've got software nowadays that can come in and almost reconstruct a accident scene for you. Many of you know that we've got Houston Road and the bypass. We got Pearl Road and the bypass. We got Stanford Road and the bypass. We got Lexington Road and 2168. We have 4 or 5 very complex intersections and very high traffic intersections. Anytime there's a wreck there, they're usually bad wrecks, and having a drone that can go back and help us go back and get an aerial view of that accident scene is an enormous resource for us. And for a city our size, we need to have that capability. Identify critical roads. We've been doing that in the last couple of years, like I said, just part of our restructuring process. Creating opportunities for movement with inside the police department as well, where people are not just stagnant, more specialty units and things like that. And not just creating opportunities, those things are needed nowadays. We need an accident reconstructionist. We haven't had one in a while, but we need to get back to that. Just some other units. Like I said, we need a more dedicated narcotics unit. Like I said, we do have 2 canines, but we probably need a detective to help solidify that unit and get better and more results out of that. Community events coordinator, like I said earlier, community events are growing and growing, and we need somebody almost to just kind of handle that. That could almost be a full-time job nowadays. A PIO, again, we're having more and more events in our community, crashes, other things that we're probably getting to a need where we need a PIO just to deal with the press on some of those things. Between Chief Doan and myself, at times we're stretched pretty thin on some of those issues. 911. Like I said, I talked about that just a few minutes ago. We transitioned them into a new chain of command after Director Hafley retired. What we did was also when we did that, we created supervisors, what we call senior tellies down in dispatch. And we want them to be more like a sergeant on patrol. So what we did was we tried to position those senior tellies where they are one on each shift. So they could be like a supervisor. And that's part of something that we'll need to do, send them to some supervisor training in the future. But also is, say for example, the Boyle County SO doesn't like a way or doesn't like maybe have something happen with dispatch at 9 o'clock at night or midnight at night. Instead of them just talking to all the dispatchers in there, hopefully we have this senior telly that their supervisor can come talk to that senior telly and handle that situation on a little bit higher level than what it was done before. So that was the reason we reorganized a little bit and created that new position for what we call these lead tellies or senior tellies. The TAC, that's thousands and thousands of tons of paperwork come across from the courthouse on a yearly basis. And a lot of times, the dispatcher working on shift, mainly seconds when it comes over after the courthouse closes at 4:35, they're responsible for it, entering wanted persons, protective orders, and all that. And a lot of times, those two telecommunicators that are working second shift are the ones that's entering that paperwork. So we've tried to have what we call a TAC, and that's what their primary responsibility is. But usually the TAC is working shift. It's not just a standalone person. So they're taking the 911 calls as they're entering protective orders and wants, and things like that. So like I said, dispatch their call volume is growing, as you add people to other agencies that are in the emergency service area, you know, that's just more calls that they have to take. You know, currently, I think they dispatch for 9 different agencies in the county. So if Junction City's got something and we've got something up here, you know, usually there's just 2 dispatchers are working. That's it. So we definitely need to grow down there. Not only do they need to grow in numbers, but we need to have a bigger facility. And as you think about a new fire department, hopefully that, you know, maybe dispatch can grow and move out there with that new fire department. They have completed a Homeland Security grant for implementing and integrating our EMD into our CAT system. EMD is emergency dispatch. So that was almost like 2 different softwares that didn't integrate. So they were over here doing one thing and then trying to type it in and send it to the patrol officers. So hopefully this grant will streamline that and it will implement into our CAS system that we got right now. We gave them one of our old pool cars so they can use that for training and go to different trainings, events, and meetings where they don't have to use their own vehicles. As you can see there, they 35,470 calls, and that's what they took in through their CAT system, and 16,000 was just the Danville Police Department. So you can also see that the Danville Police Department carries, you know, almost half the burden of the total calls that go into dispatch. But so somewhere about 19,000 was generated from the other 8 departments that they dispatch for. Currently, right now, you know, I'm not quite sure when that slide was generated, but they were at 6,300, you know, and I'm assuming that was probably somewhere in February. So we still got a lot of year left, and mainly the big time of the call volume is, you know, from May to September. So we've not even hit the big part of the call volume. The 911 center, their goals is to hire and fill the position created by a recent resignation, update the radio and hardware software. They're applying for another grant to do that. Update the recorder. The recorder is what records the 911 radio traffic. So if somebody calls and says, hey, I need a copy of what was said on the radio or what was used on a phone call, that's what's on the recorder there. We would like for them to be accredited as well, so there would be a cost to that and for them to apply to be an accredited agency. Also, first responder status at the city county level, that would be no cost, but still there would be training required for that. Finish implementing a backup internet system in case of outages, so no services are disrupted for responders or citizens. They're working with IT to get that up and set up and going. Future requests need a new modern 911 center, which we talked about just briefly. Create a 5-year plan anticipating the retirement of Assistant Chief Matano and at least 1 veteran dispatcher, and possibly relocating the 911 center to a new location. I didn't talk much about codes enforcement and parking, which I also oversee, but our codes enforcement requests are steadily growing. And I think Josh touched on it just a little bit, depending on what you all do with garbage, you know, those requests can increase even more. One of the things that we've talked about is increasing our numbers in codes enforcement and possibly even parking as those areas continue to grow and we as a city continue to grow. We get more and more parking issues, and it just depends on what we want to do there as we move forward.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Chief? Man.
Do we have 14 in 911 in dispatch?
Say that again.
Are there 14 positions in dispatch?
I think there's 15 now. The way we,
Okay.
the way we, with Rebecca's position and the reorganization, we're now down to 15 people there.
Other
Anything else?
questions, comments? You're not going anywhere.
31 years and 15 as chief is it's a long time.
All in Danville too, that's amazing.
I appreciate y'all's support, and we'll try to get this transitional period out of the way quickly.
You remember what I said last night, right? Oh, well.
Real quick.
I got a stretcher, man. Are you ready? She's pressing human resource skills. Trying to console him, right? Ladies and gents, girls and boys.
It's so cold in here.
I know, and I don't get cold. Oh, come on. I think Mr. Curry is ready to get started. Young ladies. It's just been blowing all day long. I'll have your attention, please. We'd like to get this meeting started again. Yeah. All right. Mr. Carrier, I think you ought to go ahead and get started, sir. You'll catch on here in a minute or two.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
I know y'all have had a loaded day already, so hopefully I won't make this too painful. This is the fiscal 27 budget discussion for utilities, municipal utilities for City of Danville. I'm the Utilities Director, Marshall Carrier. If you recall, I've recently had a departmental update just about a month ago that covered a lot of the 25-26 work that we were doing, so I won't bore you with a lot of that information, just focus primarily on what's on the horizon for utilities. Key goals and initiatives of utilities is just simply supporting economic growth, regulatory compliance, technology implementation, and capital and operational delivery. So essentially, as a utility, we want to step back every fiscal year at the end of the fiscal year and with finances help and HR's help, reevaluate where we are versus where we need to be in the coming year. So that's essentially where we are. But as far as this presentation is concerned, some key focal points, obviously personnel, improving communications and transparency, which we've done a lot of that work already over the past couple of years. Managing expenses, which is a critical aspect of any utility, but essentially, especially right now, I mean, the market's so volatile that there's a lot of unknowns still floating around out there from the state and federal side. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And then capital closeouts and funding availability for our capital projects. On the personnel side, we're still going to maintain a lot of our trainings for our operators, making sure that they're certified as a class 1, 2, 3, or 4 operator. We've got some new trainees in our organization through the apprenticeship program, which we talked about, and that's working really well. And that's a great way to introduce future employees to the City of Danville's utility program, but also the expectations that are built into that, and hopefully to build in a long-term employee at the end of the day. OSHA compliance, that's a big one for us, and we've actually got some lockout, tagout, and shoring training scheduled for Thursday and Friday of this week for our guys in distribution and collections. And that's actually, we're bringing in a third party to come in and do that training so those guys can be certified at the end of those days. And then, of course, a big player on what we do on a daily basis is our on-call policy. You've all heard me talk about that. That's been real valuable, and I'll talk a little bit more about that because that helps us curb some of our overtime costs. So as opposed to that being an overtime cost, that can be rolled into our on-call policy. So things that may take multiple hours to get completed, that impacts your overtime budget. Randy knows what I'm talking about. But that's a great way that's helped us save some projected costs on overtime for utilities. It's worked out really well. then, of course, safety committee and vacancies that we've got currently, and I'll talk about those right now. Right now, we've got a couple positions that are vacant, our water distribution operator that we're going to interview for in the near future, as well as a sewer collections operator. So to get those, both departments back up to where they need to be. We've had some retirements going on in the past couple months, which you all are aware of. So we need to fill some vacancies there, as well as potentially filling the executive assistant position. And the primary, I'll just say one of the primary roles of that executive assistant position is to help me facilitate grant opportunities. It's one of the main drivers of that position. Not only just the day-to-day stuff, but I feel like two minds are better than one when we're trying to go after funds. You know, we've been pretty successful over the past several years, but there's always room to improve on that aspect, right? And one of the key aspects of that too is, you know, something to keep in mind, you know, in discussions with KIA, you know, we get some money from KIA and we've been successful with that, right? But in fiscal 27, they're projecting some decline in revenue. So we're trying to look at other ways to facilitate some of our capital projects and be active in that exercise constantly, even more above and beyond what we're doing now. So that's going to be a key role in that position. And then, of course, I've discussed some of the trainings already, lockout, tag out. Just for your all's awareness, we're a potential candidate for the, we just found out about this a couple weeks ago, potential candidate for the distribution system of the year for the Kentucky-Tennessee AWWA annual conference. So hopefully we'll get that nomination, and if we get nominated, that's one thing, but if we win, that's certainly another feather in our cap. Communications and transparency. We feel like we've done a good job in the past couple of years being more transparent about our daily activities. You know, Melanie's been real helpful in doing that. Press releases, you know, the whole social media aspect is beneficial, right? There's a lot of things that we have going on a daily basis that the public's just not aware of. A lot of the stuff that we do to that point is underground. So there's a lot of things that you just don't see. You don't see a lot of where that capital money goes necessarily. Even though it's for a worthy cause and usable cause, a lot of that's out of sight and out of mind at times. So in order to address some of that, you know, civic awareness, you know, we want to engage folks with that civic engagement series, implementing technology, facility tours. You know, we've had Center College come in, we've had Boyle County Library come in to the water and the wastewater plant. Educational opportunities for the students, whether it's grade school or high school, we want to capitalize on that. And that has twofold benefit. One, educational for the kids, but it also exposes them to utilities as a whole. And maybe that's a career that they want to go into. And hey, by the way, we have this apprenticeship program. So it kind of builds on that conversation, right? We've done really good about delinquency notices and the cutoff list. You know, that's always been kind of an issue for utilities over the years, but we've developed an Excel sheet that helps us do that more in a real-time format. So if you were to come in and pay your bill while our guys are out doing cutoffs at the end of the month, maybe if you paid your bill and that line is green, well, our guys won't turn you off, right? So it builds a lot of efficiency in there, not only for the public's awareness, but for ours too. So it's been very, very helpful for us. And then level of service, which I'll talk about in the next slide. So there's always been the complicated discussion with the public from the regulatory side, from the municipal side of what's a great way to frame up a level of service for any given utility, right? It's kind of one of those convoluted conversations where, like I said, a lot of the work that we do is out of sight and out of mind. But when you're able to kind of frame it around, there's been some articles that's come out, and the latest one was in the Journal of AWWA that Earl turned me on to, and I've read through that, and it has a lot of good points. And it essentially helps build the framework for a level of service program for any given utility, right? Part of that is organizational development. We feel like we've secured that in the near term and for the following coming years. Operations and maintenance, we feel pretty confident about that right now. Customer relations, that's always improving. We feel like we're in a good spot there. Financial operations, with the help of finance and a lot of our billing software, we're in a lot better shape, like some folks have already cued in on, as we had above and beyond of what we have been in recent years, right? Stakeholder identifications, known and measurables, asset management, that's a big player for us too. We've worked really hard in building out a better asset management plan, whether that's projecting in the 10-year on the capital side or just the day-to-day asset management. And then technical capabilities, of course, we're ahead of the game with the SCADA, and then we're working right now with finalizing a cybersecurity policy for utilities with IT. They've been real helpful in doing that. There's some other reference material, but at the end of the day, that allows us to build out Excel sheets like this right here. This was part of building, it's called a BRIC grant that we worked with the county on, building resilient infrastructure and communities, right? So it's primarily focused on generator locations and electricity during power outages, natural disasters, and that kind of stuff. So square one is figuring out what you got and where they are. So we developed this Excel sheet for the county, but also for our use also, right? It's for our benefit. And really what that does, that's just an example of some of the asset management that we need to push through in utilities and get on the books for us and be able to identify and point to needs in the system, right? And it's always good for us and emergency responders to know where those generators are, where that power is, where the tornado sirens are located, you know, which ones need to be serviced, and so on and so on. It helps build that into a community understanding of the needs. That's part of that asset management. Part of utilities too is managing expenses. So obviously that's a big part of what we do. But you get things in there like fuel costs. You know, right now I think everybody understands that when you go to get gas right now, it's quite a bit more expensive, and it could go up. Based on crude oil prices and manufactured gasoline, the market's kind of in a weird state right now. It's a little bit fluctuated from where it was, you know, this time last year for sure. And based on projections, we're not real sure where that's going to land. And fuel is not a major driver for utilities. It's essentially just fuel for vehicles. A little bit of diesel in there for generators. But we're thinking about that in total while we're also thinking about chemical and electrical costs. Now, chemical and electrical costs, especially at our plants, are big drivers, right? So our water plant, for example, the water plant's, you know, the annual operating budget's around $1.8 million. 900,000 of that is chemical. So a 1 or 2% increase in chemicals, it can be a major hit in that value, right? So we're constantly thinking about that. Constantly thinking about electrical costs, which is somewhere in the ballpark of about a third of your operational cost. So you roll that into personnel costs, you know, healthcare costs. So you kind of got to keep a running thought process on electrical and chemicals and fuel, because those are volatile items that can impact your budget at any given time, right? So fuel, for example, I'll go back to fuel. You know, the recent fuel increase has only come in the past couple months, really in the past couple weeks is what we're starting to see that. But the unknown is what the future holds at the end of the day. So that's some of the things we've got to think about. Fleet program, right now we're spending about $120,000 in fleet. So we're going back into the fleet program and reevaluating the true needs of our vehicles for utilities. So we've reevaluated that number and looked at the number of vehicles that we have in utilities, and we're looking at potentially trading in 4 of those vehicles to try to save some money under that fleet cap and not have additional expenditures on top of that same number. And we've worked well with the fleet company in having those conversations, and they've been real receptive to that. Overtime expenditures, I talked about that earlier. On-calls help facilitate a lot of savings on that side to help control some of the healthcare impacts on the overall bottom line numbers for our personnel. And then looking at future revenues, you know, you can always point to the COLA increase, which is ordinance mandated, but it's always kind of a guessing game on what you're going to actually see, the actuals out of that same value versus what you're projecting to. So we've done well to work with finance and look at, you don't necessarily want to look at the COLA increase, you want to look at your increases over the previous fiscal years and kind of get a gauge of where you think you're going to end up. Capital project priorities. So we felt like that we've had really good success in the past couple fiscal years of garnering grants and low interest loan money, whether it be through EDA grants, KIA, SRF, the EPA, you name it. We've really been lucky to get some of those funds that we have. Again, we don't really know what the future holds for KIA. The best things that at best it's going to hold still, if not come in less, and that's statewide. So obviously we're in that same conversation. So we kind of want to, with the market the way that it is, we kind of want to take a step back and look at the funds that we have in pocket now versus what we need to go ahead and get completed based on, debt service and the different factors that Lee is experienced in. But also go ahead and get the work done that we have on the books, right? And if we get more money in the future, yes, that's icing on the cake. But we want to keep working through the projects that we have. One of the big players of that is the Spears Creek Phase 2 project, right? We just kicked that off from a construction standpoint. There's over $7 million, right, that we're working through and that will be on the books in the near future. So getting through some of those conversations and some of those deliveries of projects that we've got on the books right now is key and critical right now. Keep looking at grant commitments and looking for additional grants and low interest loans. Focusing on regulatory compliance projects. So wastewater treatment plant, I'll go back to this slide, sorry. Wastewater treatment plant Phase 2 capacity improvements, that's a big player for us right now. Obviously, if you want to maintain ability to grow economically and with your customer base, you have to be thinking about that in the future. Well, that's a $17 million project. It's not something you just want to go put into debt, obviously. So we've been reaching out to Congressman Comer's office, Senator Bledsoe's office. We're looking at every way possible to try to help facilitate funds for a project of that scale for us. Because that can be a game changer for us, economically, regulatory, you name it, that's a game changer for us. So that's a critical project for us right now on the sewer side. And then meter replacements throughout the system. We've got some meters that are, reaching their useful life. And we're evaluating some of that conversation with Train, but also, again, taking a step back from the costs that they proposed to us and looking at what we can do internally with our folks. We've gotten caught up on a lot of our leaks and a lot of our maintenance items in the past couple of years to the point that we can start to look out ahead and see how can we leverage our folks in-house to do a lot of this work. Now, we can't obviously produce our own meters or radios for the reads, but outside of that, what can we shoulder ourselves internally and have our folks do some of those replacements? So we're evaluating those costs too right now. And when it comes to capital, and Earl would probably agree with this too, you essentially have three factors when you're looking at a capital project. Are you getting capacity out of it? Are you getting regulatory compliance out of it? And are you getting reliability out of that? So the dollar best used for investing in that particular capital project is you want to try to check all three of those boxes simultaneously. That's the best use of the dollar for the project. And that's really the mentality of a capital project for utilities and most anybody's capital projects is you want to check those critical boxes because that's the dollar best spent, right? And you want to reduce rate increases to your customers. And the best way to do that is try to check all three of those simultaneously. Some projects that we've got out right now, Cox Street Water Tower tank painting, which you all are aware of that. I&I sewer detection project, that's that basin IQ discussion where we have the sensors in some of the key manholes to look for water intrusion into the sewer system. We're doing that right now actively, but what we're able to do with that is build out future capital projects that makes most fiscal sense on the sewer side. Hone into those key locations where we're getting some I&I in our system and address those, replace some of those areas that need to be addressed, and that in turn helps us on the wastewater treatment plant side for our capacity, right? So for minimal cost, you're getting some good bang for your buck and being able to evaluate future capital projects that make the most fiscal sense. And that also makes good regulatory sense. That $2.8 million right there, that's the county ARPA project for Junction City and Perryville. We've broken that, I discussed it before, we've broken the pump stations out. And then we've broken out the Perryville wastewater plant. So we've actually already advertised and awarded the pump station work with Conhurst. They're getting started now. And then we're finalizing the plans for the Perryville wastewater plant to do by the end of this fiscal year also. So that's that total of, we want to make sure we maintain the budget under $2.8 million. So another good example of good advertising and good competition is that we estimated the pump station work to be somewhere in the ballpark of about $1.5 million. We had a lot of competition that were interested originally. We only had 2 bidders that came in on the job. One came in at $1.3 million plus, which is under our anticipated number, which is good. You're saving money right off the bat. The second lowest bidder was, I want to say, is around $1.8 million. So that's a $500,000 swing. So it's always good to have that competition built in to those discussions, because you may luck out and get somebody that's quite a bit cheaper. If we had to go with the $1.8 million, that would have blown the Perryville leftover money for the wastewater plant essentially out of the realm of possibilities. So we wanted to leverage that, and that builds money back into the Perryville wastewater plant for its portion. And so we can do some extra curricular activities on that design finalization and that construction. That's the Lebanon Road, Clark's Run Phase 2 sewer project that's getting kicked off right now, which you all are aware of. We've done well with the formation of the US 150 Water Utility Commission. Those conversations are going very well. It's very fast conversations. We've got, we worked with Rockcastle County, Lincoln County, and Boyle County, and Garrett County. And we've got an 8-member commission, and we meet monthly. Right now, we've just got some seed money to get started in design. We've got a consultant on board to do that. And right now, our focus with that US 150 commission is to go out and get funds for the project, right? That in itself is a very, very large project. That's a 31 and change mile long corridor that affects multiple counties, multiple water districts. So we're actively trying to seek funds on the backside of that also on behalf of the US 150 Water Commission. Grand total, and this is not including the 150 Commission, that's its own separate discussion, it's its own body. But current low interest loans or grants that we've acquired and that we have in-house, whether that's 0 interest grants or it's really low interest loans, somewhere in the ballpark of either 0.5% to maybe 2.5% max. We've got about $14.8 million. So we're in a great position right now to leverage that, get those projects pushed through while also actively seeking funds on the backside for additional funding opportunities for the upcoming fiscal years. Some other future projects that I discussed earlier, the 2 that have the asterisk by them are big cost projects that are not yet funded. But I'm just putting it back on everybody's radar to let you know that those are out there that we're actively getting money for. We've got line items galore for these projects and these projects within KIA right now. But you're getting into the ballpark of being so expensive that KIA can't necessarily justify sometimes allotting that type of money for one individual project in one district when they've got so many other needs across the state. And then lead and copper compliance, that number is built into this number too, but we've got some lead and copper work that we're working through right now on the inventory side that's going to build us out capital projects that we've already got money in the bank for right now through KIA. And then a control valve for Alders Lane. Why do I list that right now? Because that's a critical aspect for our water supply system. If that control valve goes bad in the future, that doesn't allow us to maintain proper water levels in that critical Aldridge Lane tank for our system. So that's a key player for us that we want to get through also. And then, I know it's a lot of information, but, you know, at the end of the day, it's about projected cost and market volatility. So, again, the major players for your water plants and your wastewater plant is chemicals and electrical costs. And we've been good, we've done well in this past fiscal year and previous fiscal years, within the past probably 2 fiscal years, on the electrical side of staying low, staying under budget. You know, we've got some technological upgrades with the wastewater plant and the water plant that we've been able to leverage that and stay low. But then you have, for example, projected cost and rate increases from, I think it was KU of approximately 6% in the recent months. So that will impact us. Now, have we built in enough cushion to stay underneath where we want to stay in the next fiscal year? Yeah, we're kind of in that area on the electrical side. Chemicals is kind of the unknown where you're trying to reach out to the market, which I did. We've reached out to the market and they're seeing projections anywhere from 3 to 5.5% increases. And that's the best guess that we have. So we've done pretty well to stay within budget on those big players in those particular departments. And that's one of the main drivers for us. Of course, personnel also. We've done really well to stay within the budget on the personnel side. We've actually saved a little bit of money on overtime, for example. But we've been able to promote from within, and we've got a couple new guys into our system now through the apprenticeship program. They're doing really good, and we're glad to have them. But we've done a lot of movement within utilities amongst the same headcount that we had this time last fiscal year. So we've been able to stay within or be a little bit below that on the personnel side. And then, of course, Randy will talk about, you know, healthcare costs. That's something that's out of all of our controls, you know. And to Randy's credit, and I will say this, to Randy's credit, I've learned a lot from Randy in the past 2 months because we sat down, myself and some others in utilities, and tried to drill into what is healthcare impacts, right? Because with any department, that's a huge impact to your department, is even the most minute increase on the healthcare side. And that's even further out of the control of utilities. It's one of those things where, and I know Randy will talk about it, but you try to build that into your budget, and hopefully you try to not hit those critical benchmarks and you get some credit on the backside, which is good if you're able to do that, but it's always the threat that you're not able to do that, and then it busts your budget. So kudos to Randy for doing that. I think I have some pretty detailed Excel sheets, but Randy's probably has me beat. I've sat down with him, and he's pretty good at layering a lot of that information to where it all rolls up and actually makes sense to somebody like me. So kudos to Randy.
Marshall, you've done a good job in your presentation. I have a question for you, though.
Yeah.
Where's Randy Boyd taking you out to dinner tonight?
I don't know. He hasn't told me yet.
He told you that. Any questions for Marshall?
I mean, I appreciate all the grants you continue to go after and get. I don't know, we need to go to the federal government. I know you probably already have for the sewer plant, so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're looking at all avenues right now. I think KIA and SRF is a major provider for the entire state, right? I mean, it just is. You know, we can talk about line item grants and EPA all we want to and EDA grants, but those are harder to come by necessarily at times, and therefore specific items. But the KIA side, if they're projecting shortfalls in potential revenue, and that's from the state, that's from the federal government down into KIA, right? That's not just them. That's allocations from the federal side also. So when you have somebody that's as substantial as that when it comes to funding capital projects, you really kind of got to take a step back and reevaluate where we are. What we've got in-house now how do we go ahead and leverage those funds, get those projects fully pushed through, and then constantly trying to get more money on the backside like we always have, but sometimes you have to shift your priorities, right? With the understanding that some of those funds just may not be there.
Yes. Other questions, comments? Thank you, Marshall. Mr. Carrier? Why don't we entertain a motion to adjourn right now? You've been waiting all day, just kidding. All right, Mr. Board, you're up. He said he's good with that. I like messing with Randy. Marsha just singing his praises today, though, right?
Thank you. She's taking John.
She's cleaned up.
Hey Randy, the mayor said you had 83 seconds.
I
thought we were gonna talk about health insurance again. I was ready to go over that again today if you want.
Let's see how many slides we did.
I know, yeah.
There you go.
Oh, one.
Look at Lee with his Stop.
25 slides, isn't it?
So we'll go ahead and, if you guys wanna go ahead and move through this, we'll
Yes,
get
sir.
started. So our department presentation should be fairly straightforward this year, and so we'll try to keep this pretty top level, and then obviously we've got our compensation plan that we'll want to probably do more of a deeper dive into that here in just a minute. So first slide here is just a recap. This is our department's mission statement, along with an overview of what the HR's department's responsibilities are to the city and to its workforce. One thing with our department, it's kind of what I feel is unique is it's very broad. And what I mean by that is we touch everything. We work with all the other departments on a lot of these disciplines. So I can't really say enough good things about our other department heads on being able to work with us, because I think the city's got an excellent management team that's very pro-employee, and I think that helps us do our jobs, and we hold ourselves accountable to support them. So I just wanted to show you a snapshot of our mission, and we try to adhere to that as well. As far as, when we talk about our mission, one of the things we did is obviously the board has established its strategic plan back in 2023. One of the things that we did is we took a step back and said, okay, how are we going to align our department goals to help the city meet its goals? And there's 3 critical areas with there, which obviously Marshall did a really excellent presentation, and we talk a lot about infrastructure, water, and sewer. That's on the top of the list for the commission, and so we all know how critical the water industry is, and so we've worked collaboratively with Marshall and his staff to do some things there to help focus on the water industry. And then obviously Parks and Recreation, that takes up a lot of resources to really manage and support that part-time workforce, because we average anywhere from 140 to 180 part-time employees each year. And so we got to make sure we have resources that they can get the employees they need to run those programs, because those programs just don't run off the 7 full-time staff. The really your nucleus of Parks and Recreation is your part-time workforce. And then obviously we've talked a lot this year with workforce development and retention. That's going to be continue to key as we implemented our succession plan, and we continue to focus on projecting and planning for retirements, because those are still coming. We had several this year, but we have more coming this fiscal year that are known, key positions. So as far as projects, in 2026, some of our key projects, obviously, we talked about that yesterday. We expanded our health plan coverages last year. We actually implemented, as we talk about water, for example, we actually implemented our water or utility apprenticeship program. We're excited with that. We actually have two employees going through that, one in water distribution, one in sewer collections right now. And Those programs are actually very fast-tracked, more than we thought we would be. So what that basically means is it's going to take them approximately a year and a half to get to a Class 3 level, which is huge for the city when it comes to building that future workforce. Because we all know water is also one of those areas that's it was a struggle whenever you lose someone. That 4 to 5 year window to get them back to the Class 4 level is going to be really supplemented with this apprenticeship program. So we're excited about that over the long term. And of course, we have expanded our BCTC leadership program. There's still work to do there, but that's gone really well. That really helped over the last few years set the platform for a lot of what we've seen this year with a lot of our employees that have gotten promoted into leadership roles, especially with the retirements that we've seen. But it doesn't stop there. It really goes all the way to the front line. We've got to build it for not only for existing retirement impacts, but 5-10 years down the road. So that's an infinite project. That's all realistically will probably always be on the table for us to work on over the next few years. And then, we've expanded a lot on the safety side. I'll talk a little bit about safety here, but we expanded a lot of our safety facility apparatuses around the city, AEDs, fire extinguishers, first aid kits. So we're really trying to work on some of those things. That's something we were able to achieve this year. Now, as far as going into next year, I talked a little bit about this last night, but one of our goals is to formalize a wellness platform. We'll have more coming on that. Also, an enhanced EAP platform. While we have a good basic EAP platform, it is very generalized through our health plans now, but it doesn't really meet our needs. So we're looking at some more in-depth things there to help, provide, especially on the first responder side. And then, we've talked about it for a while, but I think this is a year that we really need to kind of formalize some of our safety programs. We've done a lot on the functional side. As a matter of fact, right now, for example, we have 0 open workers' comp claims, which is really good. We've had a really good year with injuries. I mean, we have most of our injuries are recordables, with no lost time, and so very minor treatments. But again, this is a year that we're going to really focus. I feel like we need to focus on that. Some of the things I've talked about is too, like lockout, tag out, confined space, also our vehicle policy, because there's a lot more expanded liability with vehicles, obviously, than, and so we need to make sure that everything's well protected. And then, Chief McCurdy had talked about this, but one of the things we have looked at is I was trying to contemplate a way that we can expand our safety resources without expanding additional costs to the city. And one of those is we've talked a lot about it. Now, how it looks and how it's going to be defined, I don't know just yet. We're still working through it, but it's a collaboration between the HR and the fire department on working on additional support for fire or safety programs like facility inspection, some of our program administration, things that, really truly we don't have the resources in our department to maintain all of it. We can manage it, but some of the day-to-day things we don't have the resources. So I think we're going to be able to work on that and maximize what we have currently with the city to make sure those things are established and maintained. Now, we did this 2 years ago, but this year we're going to go through and do another handbook review. I've already kind of started that exercise. That's just something, 2 parts of that. One is obviously legal updates, making sure and then also policies still meet the stakeholders' needs, and then just anything that we do to expand on those policies, whether it's through benefits, operational policies. Marshall had mentioned the utilities on-call policy. That was something that we implemented. So there's a lot. So those are the things that we're going to try to focus on over the next 12 months. Okay. And so as far as long-term goes, one of the things I had done earlier this year is I was thinking, we've done city's done a lot of good things, and we've had a lot of initiatives over the last 3 or 4 years. Kind of hit the reset button, and one of the things that I did back in December said, okay, where do we go from here? And so kind of wrote out really what I feel like is probably a 2 to 3 year plan of things. I know I probably bored Earl with all the stuff that I emailed him, but so these are some of our long-term goals. We had talked about the employer health clinic. We've tried to work on that. There's a lot of logistics where it comes with partnerships that's kind of out of the city's control. So when I took a step back and looked at that, I realized that's probably more of a long-term goal. Still, we're going to work on it this year, but I don't want to lose sight of it if we're not able to capitalize on that. And then, of course, healthcare cost containment strategies, that's something that, unfortunately, that's an inflationary item that we're going to have to address over the long term. What that looks like, I don't know, but also our goal is to make sure that we continue to provide value to the employees with the health benefits, but also be good stewards at the same time. And then over the long term, we've talked about that collaboration with the fire department safety. We still, over the long term, eventually we will need a safety position, especially with the size of our workforce and the size of safety-sensitive jobs, or the number of those that we have in the city. Eventually, we feel like that position will eventually need to be developed. Now, when that is, I'm not exactly sure, but I think that is still going to be on our long-term goals. And, Tier 3 programs, we've talked a lot about that over the last 6 to 9 months. And we're really starting to see that, that pie chart shift to where it's more Tier 3. So those Tier 3 programs, whatever it looks like, I don't know, but I think that's what we're going to have to focus on the city is over the long term, because eventually that will be the bulk of your workforce, or will be Tier 3 employees, and those benefits and those programs they're just different than the Tier 1 employees and Tier 2. So that's something we'll have to really address to be, continue to be strong in the recruitment retention market, especially for new employees coming into local government positions. All right. So this right here is our current organizational chart. So I am asking for a little bit of reorganization on that this year, and I'll talk a little bit about our logic behind that. So currently, you have the HR director, and then you have the HR clerk. We have 2 positions. We do service almost, like I said, very broad, roughly 400 employees. So we do run on a lean staff, but one of the things that I would like to see this year is the HR clerk position. We have created that. Got Haley Donahue in that role. She's been in that role for about 4 years now. She's done a really good job, has learned a lot over that time, and that role has begun to expand, but also there's more expansion to be done on it. And really that job has gone from what I would call a task-based transactional job to more special project-based. And obviously a big key part of that position is payroll. And so we don't talk about it a lot, but really when the HR department, we have approximately about $23 million that we administer through the department through payroll, healthcare, retirement reporting. And so we have a very large responsibility to make sure that those things are managed correctly. All the dollars are accounted for. We have a responsibility to Lee and her team with a lot of financial reporting. And so that job has taken on a lot of that support for me in my role. And then also we want to have more expanded support to benefits administration for frontline employee responses, like questions around claims, questions around EOBs, billing. This is something that I would like to expand that role to take on more support in those areas, which is why I'm asking for that to be reclassified through the budget process. And then additionally, especially on like peak days when we're talking like for payroll, other days when we have things going on, we still need to have a presence for people to be able to come in and ask general questions, whether it's employees, the general public, vendors. And so we're requesting to have some part-time administrative help to our department for those peak days. And then as far as budget impacts or budget changes, this is a snapshot of what would be impacted through your legislative budget. Obviously, I mentioned the reclassification for the HR clerk position. Also, we have added, in our proposed budget draft, we did put additional part-time labor costs in there, roughly $20,000. That's between HR and engineering for an intern, because there's obviously a lot of different operating department items that come out of legislative. And then as far as just the overall operating expenses, projected to go up about $75,000. There's a lot of different moving things, so we've really worked on that. Myself, Ashley, Melanie, we all have items that come out of legislative, so obviously there are some operating increases there, but for the most part, our operating budget is pretty balanced in respect to last year's budget when it comes to the legislative. Again, that bottom number is excluding personnel. That personnel budget is separate, which we'll talk about that, the overall personnel budget in the comp plan here in just a few minutes. Okay. And then, so why do we do what we do? So really, it's to have a quality workforce for public services, right? To make sure we can attract and retain those employees. As you can see here, this is just kind of our snapshot. And we talked about this back in January when we did our year-end report, but I thought it was appropriate to include that for this presentation, just to see how we plan for the future. As you can see, 2020, we had a really big spike in turnover that was primarily on safety personnel. Since that time, we've had some ebbs and flows, but the city has done a good job of identifying and reacting to those things to, keep a high retention among its workforce. For this past year, our retention rate was at 94%. Obviously, we want it to be higher, but that is, higher than what you see in a lot of other municipalities. The ones that we could get data on, I think the average there is probably more around the 10 to 15%. Again, I think that only solidifies the focus when we talk about the Tier 3 programs, because that becomes more and more of a focus over the long term. And then, of course, this is just a snapshot of safety personnel. Obviously, we can see we've had a little bit of peak in police turnover. Again, a lot of those are out of the city's controls. A lot of those are personal factors that don't really impact the workplace. But again, you still have to identify and adapt and address those matters. And then, lastly, this is a snapshot of our workforce, what I call our SWOT analysis. So these are the things that we've identified that we feel like the city's facing. And so our goal here, when you look at these things, is take your weaknesses, identify those, make those strengths, take your threats, and make those opportunities. Again, you can see I have Tier 1, healthcare, retirements on that list. Inflation is there as well, but I think we can identify those areas and make those opportunities for the future. And then, of course, when you really look at the city's strengths, the city's very well positioned to address these items over the long term. We have a very competitive compensation package. Total rewards is really strong. It's a benchmark health plan, not only with the coverage, but also the value of what is covered under the plan as far as medical services. That wellness platform that we talked about will only expand that. And then, of course, we are employees are, as I mentioned earlier, your managers are very employee-centric. I don't think that ever gets talked about enough. I know I see it on a daily basis working with them. And so I think a lot of credit goes to all the department heads to really understanding, because they've got all their key areas they have to focus on, just like the HR department, but they also have to manage people. And so I think that goes a long way in showing that we have positioned ourselves for a good future. Okay, so questions regarding our budget proposal? Any?
I just wanted to comment, I wanted to thank the department heads for trying to seek part-time positions to fill in needs versus a full-time with benefits. So thank you for doing that.
Okay. Yeah, and we've tried to be creative with that to the greatest extent, because we all know how the cost component of just adding a singular position is. So if we can do part-time I think that's a win-win for everyone.
There's a lot of people seeking part-time positions or retirees with good experience. So.
Well, and I thought about that as Earl was giving his presentation earlier when he was talking about retirees coming back to the workforce. It actually correlates, because people are living on fixed incomes, retirement, but inflation is not keeping up with, like your pensions and things are not keeping up with the rapid inflation. So there is opportunities for us to explore that. And I think we've seen a lot of that with like your police SROs as well. And those that they have really filled a good gap with your retired police officers.
Other questions or comments? Move on to the next
All right,
presentation.
you guys ready? We'll move on. All right. So now we get into compensation proposals. So we've worked kind of diligently through this, but we feel like we have a very strong proposal for the upcoming budget year, so we'll go ahead and get right into it. So when it comes to compensation plan objectives, these are our primary objectives when we're looking at compensation. Obviously, we want your base salaries to be the city's base salaries to be competitive with the market, keep pace with cost of living adjustments. Also, that compensation model, we want to make sure that it is equitable. And what I mean by that, and I'm probably going to stop here and just talk about that for just a second, is when we talk about compensation, we want to make sure it's fair, it's equitable. We have a system on how to identify, calculate new hire salaries, promotions, reclassifications. And so all that has to come into play, like our experience step scales, all those variables come in and have to be thought out whenever we're developing a compensation plan. And then, of course, long-term sustainability. We talk about payroll. Payroll is unique in the fact that it's a liability, not an expense. So, for example, if we add, say $500,000 to the budget for payroll costs, that's $500,000 you have to maintain over the long term, as opposed to if it's a capital project, that's an expense, right? You purchase that one time. And so all those things we have to think through whenever we're developing a proposal to bring back to the board. And then obviously we also want to be aware of like unique market changes and adapt to those particular demands. Whether it's, we know there's certain areas that probably over the long term have to be looked at that, have different demands in the market based on recruitment, certifications, things of that nature. So we want to be cognizant of those things. And we try to look at those throughout the year and be aware of that. So all these, I'll say all that with the caveat that these are all the things that go through our head when we're developing a proposal versus just sheer numbers. And then our strategy for this year, so it's really 3 parts. Again, we conduct an updated market study. We've actually got into a pretty good structure with that. We have Hannah Resource Group on retainer now, year-round, and so it really has been a cost saver for us over the long term. So we actually go in really every year, December, January. We started that exercise in January, December, completed it in January. We just have them do a market review of our data every year, and it gets easier every year in regards to they understand our compensation structure, they understand the history, they've got historical data for the city, and it makes it really easy. And it's done objectively, third party, without any bias. We turn over the data to them, and they simply bring it back to us for analysis every year. And by having that retainer, it saves us approximately $30,000 a year on compensation. We pay $12,000 a year for that contract, but it saves us about approximately $30,000. So over the last 3 years, we've saved about $100,000 by having them on a retainer. And then, of course, I mentioned compensation equity. That's always a key for us. Just to give you, I mentioned our experience scale. We have, a 27-year scale for non-hazardous and a 20-year scale for hazardous. That has been key to maintain because, again, it keeps equity in your system. And then sustainability. Obviously there's a lot of factors that come into play. Inflation, labor market demands, additional labor costs, and then some of your variable costs into your budget, such as overtime. And we'll talk a little bit more about those and have those broken out. But all those things we have to look at, not only the fixed costs for salaries, but all those variable costs when we're trying to bring a proposal to the table. Okay. So this is just a snapshot of your workforce statistics, where you're at today. Obviously, we've got about 6 or 7 positions that we're, I think 7 right now, that we're currently actively recruiting for. This just shows you where the city is investing its human capital in these areas. And then budget impacts. So for this year, every year we have to look at what's going to impact our personnel budget. Well, obviously, one of the first things on there to look at is your CRS rates. I'm happy to say that they're going down again for 27, and both hazardous and non-hazardous. Actually, a projection was put out this year, which is positive news for that fund. They are projected to marginally decrease all the way through 2040, 0.5%, 1% per year. Of course, it's not guaranteed, but it does give us a larger, bigger picture of, I guess, being able to take some of the liability off the systems by seeing those rates potentially reduced. And I think part of that is when CRS broke out to its own financial advisory board, and I think the last statistic is they were roughly 65 to 70% funded of their other liabilities, which is really strong. And so that's what's driving, I think, it's what's driving some of those rates down as well. And then, of course, their cost of living rates. This is a snapshot of the last 5 fiscal years for your DLG rates. You can see, again, when Earl was having his economic presentation, we talked about inflation. While the COLA is decreasing, we still have to factor in that that's a decrease on top of whatever is there. So like from 23, you had 7%. Cost of living is going up to only 2.7, but that's 2.7 on the year over year that's already seen there. So really, last 5 years, you're looking at about 20% when it comes to cost of living. And then the cost variables to your personnel budget, obviously there's a lot there, like I mentioned, salaries, overtime, part-time salaries, you've got healthcare costs, you've got workers' comp, you've got your payroll taxes, which is your Social Security and Medicare. That's 7.65% that you have to match for every payroll dollar that you pay out, whether it's regular wages, overtime, or incentive pay. All these things have to be calculated when we're looking at compensation, sustainability, and again, that all factors into our proposal. Now, with all that said, it's a lot of information. So now let's look at what are our options that we feel like are presented to the city for compensation this year. 3 primary options, and I'll go through these. Number 1 is an experience step increase. That means you would leave your salary bands the same, and every person would move up 1 step to the next year's tier on the experience step. If the city chose to do that model, that would be roughly a cost increase of $188,000 to the budget. Average annual increase is $810 per employee. Average increase is 1.27%. Now, option 2 would be to move your salary bands, increase the band by 2.7%, which is your COLA rate for FY27, and then also move the employee to the next year's step on their experience scale to maintain that equity. If you did that, the cost impact of that would be, across all funds, would be approximately $548,000. The average employee increase would be $2,300, and the average percent increase would be 3.8%. Now, your option 3 on the table would be to adjust all your pay grades to market level. And when I say market level, we're talking base pay market level. That cost, and again, this is an estimate, but to do that across the city, you're looking at roughly approximately $1.7 million. Now, what is our recommendation? Our recommendation, and Earl and I have had a lot of conversations about this, we feel like the most logical recommendation would be option 2, which means increasing your salary grades by 2.7%, all of your bands, applying the experience step scale to every employee. If you did that, that would give you an average increase of 3.8% across all the employees. Now, there are variables to that, so I do want to clarify that. And there are factors that impact the employees' increase. Number 1 is the amounts of the pay grades after you adjust them, meaning your minimum and maximum dollar amounts, whether you're on a non-hazardous or non-hazardous scale, the pay grade spread and the annual step increase, and the employee's experience level. So with that, what I did is I put together a snapshot sample of what it would look like for an average employee, so you can see the visuals of that. So right here is, so for example, if you had say you have a current pay grade of $40,000 to $60,000, if you went with staff's recommendation, that current step increase for that job is $740.74. That's the amount per step each year they go up in their experience. If an employee had 10 years of experience on their current grade, their base salary would be $47,407. Now, if you implemented what we're recommending, that salary band would go from 40 to 60 to 41 61.6, which is a 2.7% increase. The employee would go from 10 years to 11 years because they're gaining an additional year of experience. And their salary would go to $49,448. That would be a 4% increase with an annual increase of $2,041. And again, all those variables I mentioned would change based on grade, but this is a consistent methodology. It's actually the formulary that we've used the last two fiscal budget cycles. We did, just to clarify, we did a 2.9% last year, used the same methodology. We feel it works. And the reason we wanted to clarify the sustainability and the equity is, for example, if you did move this employee up, say, the 11-year step, you hired a lateral employee, a similar situated employee that had 11 years. If we don't make those changes, then essentially another employee could come in with the same level of experience, making more money, or if you promoted someone. And those are the things that we want to avoid. We want to make sure that it's fair and it's systematic across the board. And so I can't really emphasize that equity enough when we're looking at our compensation models.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Before I forget, 'cause I'll forget. And it may be where it needs to be, where I know you'll talk about or look at tier 3 people in hazardous and non-hazardous. Well, but anyway, in the hazardous, you have a 20-year ban. Do you need to have a 25-year ban, or does that make it worse than?
Well, that's to be determined, and I think that's a great question, and we've talked about that. So when we created the original ban, you had so many 20-year employees in there.
True.
I think you do want to look at that over time because tier 3 hazardous is now 25 years. Now, the one thing to be aware of is if you say you took this, for example, if you took this salary scale here and you spread it from 20 to 25 years, what happens is your year-over-year step would decrease.
Oh, okay.
But it would avoid employees hitting their cap maximum too early. I think.
It was just a question. I didn't know.
No, it's a great question, and be transparent, it's one that I've struggled with, how do we adapt over time? The non-haz is pretty set, right, at 27 years, so and that's probably something we have to discuss and look at over the long term, is that.
Even the tier, I mean, even non-hazardous is really affected too, because theirs is more in the 30, 35 range.
Yeah, you are approaching the percentage of employees where we need to revisit that, all those policies tied to tier 3. And what I would suggest to you is, so couple comments. Randy, go back one slide to that, one more. The option 3 over there on the right, that is not necessarily a true number against the market. We're in terms of base pay to base pay, we have maintained our position with the market. However, when you consider the benefits, that's kind of what we consider even with where we're at right now. So we're not that's not necessarily a true behind the market number.
Not behind.
Correct. We are balanced with the 2.7%. The other thing is you'll remember the slide I showed early in the day, where you have senior employees in the workforce more so now. So when we're talking about our pay grades, you're seeing an increasing number of people that are at the top of their grade, right? And so because of that, we do need, that's one of the things we do want to consider, the top grade employees, as well as your entry-level employees having a different, really, retirement system, frankly. Where sick leave doesn't roll into the retirement system in the same way. So what we are suggesting with this compensation plan this year is to get through this year. We know that you're going to have a few $100 variance here and there to make sure that everybody gets the minimum of 2.7%. So those at the top of their grade, we want to make sure they get to 2.7. So some of those employees that are below that top of the grade will get a few $100 more in different positions, which is why that averages it is at 3.8% instead of straight 2.7. So there's a little bit of variation created because you do have different experiences. Saying that then, I think this year, as we get through this budget cycle and as we get through establishing this budget in the computer, and we move into the fall, I think once we get past our labor that we have to do this summer in order to transition our budget, the October, November timeframe, I think Randy and I need to go back and revisit all those policies tied to the retirement system, tied to the tier of your employee that you are, and try to come back and make sure we have that conversation with you all so that you can give us good feedback on what our structure needs to be long-term. I think the fall, kind of that before December, and that gives us then a chance next year to align the policies with Hannah to make sure our scales are correct, and then get into the budget process next year with a little bit of an updated grading system approach, if you will. And so we would anticipate making the significant changes in our retirement internally and how we treat some of those new employees versus your senior employees this year. I think by the end of the calendar year, we should go through that exercise internally and present some of those options to you all and to gather your feedback.
Because I think, it affects overtime, and, because they won't save their, we talked about that, they don't save their vacation and sick, I'm assuming, as much because they're not getting it at the end, so.
No.
I just think the city has to think out of the box.
And I think, as we had this discussion, I think it's important to know that that's not a city policy, that's a statutory policy that's set for the retirement tiers. And I apologize, I had one slide that I guess it got omitted, but there was a slide here on the compensation study results. And to Earl's point, the average study results showed that on all your non-hazardous jobs, the city was at 97% of market. That's just on base pay. So to Earl's point, that just shows when we make it up with compensation, we really are at market on a lot of those positions in the total package. Now, that's setting the tier 3 challenges aside, right? We're just talking on sheer benefits, but I think the average range in there was somewhere between 7% when you average everything out. But again, that's just on base pay, not your total compensation package. Because when we do the compensation study, we're looking at just salary levels.
The compensation system that is in place is 5 years old. It's served us well post-COVID. As we've transitioned with the inflation, it's been able to keep up with inflation. Commissions had the resources to correct us towards the market, and it's definitely time to revisit that, to make sure it's current, to make sure that we're not, we talked about that Tier 1 for the last couple of years, but now when you look at the number of employees in Tier 1, you're exceeding 60%. And so it's definitely time to have that conversation.
Tier 3.
Tier 3, sorry.
Yeah. And I will say this too, whatever we end up with as far as a long-term strategy, some other municipalities have already, some of your larger municipalities, I've seen some of their policies, they've already kind of started to be aggressive to adapt to Tier 3, whether it's, matching the deferred comp or whether it's sick leave payout. There's all kinds of different ways to look at it. So I think it's to Earl's point, it's time for us to hit the reset button now, focus on that into the future. So then we'll go ahead and kind of, so that's our proposal. This shows you how that compensation methodology would be applied to an employee. So then, now we want to kind of talk about the actual cost impacts and what that looks like to the plan. So this is just a snapshot of the different compensation models. If you, again, I mentioned, if you were to just do the experience step, you're looking at $188,000 in base salary increase across all your funds. And then if you were to go to the option that we're recommending, you're adding an additional $360,000 in investment for that total, and the total will be the $548,000 for the compensation model to the personnel cost. And as Earl mentioned to you over the last few years, this shows you the city's investment in the personnel. Not only, and now there's a lot of variables going into this. It's just not salary. There's healthcare, there's staffing increases, there's overtime, some of your variable costs, CRS rates. But this is your snapshot of your personnel budget. Right now, currently for fiscal year 23, 26 is $23.1 million. it was projected to go roughly 24.072 with the recommended changes we're making. That includes compensation as well as your healthcare renewals that we just discussed yesterday. And then this is your cost breakout. So you really got to look at it by fund type. And so this is your cost by fund with the recommended changes. Obviously, you can see a lot of your personnel costs comes out of the general fund. Obviously, there's a lot that comes out of the utility fund, and then you have Parks and Rec, which, the general fund supports a lot of, operating costs for the Parks and Rec system, fund, and then these are all your other funds throughout the city. Now, this is what it would look like as far as actual increase to per fund. Again, you're seeing a lot go into the general fund, and then I think you're approximately a little over 300,000 general fund increase, roughly a little about 110 to the utility fund, which to Marshall's credit, again, I've talked a lot about utility fund. That one's, I know that's unique and it's its own revenue generated. Those funds stay isolated. He's done a lot of good things organizationally to really mitigate those costs, which would not impact the utility fund per se. And then this is your cost comparison over from last year to this year. So the bar chart on your left is your current cost by fund. The middle one would be if you were to do no changes, meaning those no changes are the draft personnel budget that we've projected with healthcare, but not any salary increases. So the bar chart on the far right would be all encompassing of your new healthcare rates and your compensation recommendation for the new year. As I mentioned earlier, you can see the general fund slightly is going up, but then you can see your utility fund is staying relatively flat. Parks and Rec has a slight increase, but all your other funds, for the most part, would stay flat. So there's a lot of variables with that. One of the things we try to do every year when we're putting together the budget is we have known what our known fixed insurance premiums are, but we try to your healthcare claim dollars, which are your variable costs, those move around depending on where claims are projected to come from. So that's why you're seeing, like, for example, stormwater, a little bit of decrease there. It's not necessarily your base labor costs, it's all those other variable costs that come into play. And then utilities, again, is pretty stabilized because they've made a lot of organizational changes there to help offset that. But then, there's no increases on the general fund side. Okay. And then this is a snapshot of the overall compensation adjustments since 2022 that the city has shown that it has invested in. And again, these are base salary adjustments. This is not anything but your base salaries. And it showed that the city has continued to invest in its staff. If you notice, in fiscal year 24 is quite a bit higher. That was, if you recall, that was the year that we took that extra step and invested into police and fire, which has served huge dividends to those departments, not only retaining the staff, but being able to get a lot of good recruits and laterals. We've been very successful on the recruitment market for police and fire. And I think the city has positioned itself well, branded itself as a place that first responders want to come work for. Now, obviously, there's more than just pay, but that really starts that conversation. And so with the recommended changes, I like this pie chart because this really shows you what encompasses your personnel budget for the city. 51% of that is your base salaries, 19% is healthcare, and then you have all your other variable factors such as your retirement contributions, workers' comp, your variable labor costs, that would be part-time labor, overtime, all those things that we try to project every year, which I will say one of the things we've tried to do the last 2 years is really try to be cognizant with our overtime projections because of all the natural disasters that we've seen throughout in Kentucky and in our area that has impacted overtime dollars. While those things are hard to predict, we've tried to be cognizant of projecting what we think those overtime dollars are going to be, whether it's locally or supporting other communities with overtime. That's something I just wanted to point out because that is a very big moving target that we try to plan for. So we don't.
These charts are real good, but when you misread one of them, it's scary.
What's that? Yeah.
We thought the purple one was workers' comp.
Workers' comp, yeah. No, it's not. If it was, I'd be talking a lot more about safety. Yeah, it's hard. Thankfully, that's health insurance. Workers' comp is low on your list there, so thankfully, it's a small 1% of your budget. So our premiums keep driving down. So I think we actually just did our proposal for next year, so we'll see what those rates look like. But again, it is, again, these are all the things that we have to think about when we're trying to look at our budget. And then also, it really drives that sustainability discussion with compensation, and that's how a lot of that gets factored in when we bring back a proposal for the new year, so.
I guess my question on page 45, chart 89.
Which one?
Charts all have numbers on them. This is smart. Hey, right on, he's in the right place. Go back.
I don't have pages.
It's right there, you change.
Which one, what's the name of the chart? Yeah, I'll do it. Oh, by fund, yeah.
One more.
There you go.
No, not that one.
This one? There you go. Okay.
The general fund. It's what's kind of, I know it's gonna be the biggest one, but general fund, gonna be able to keep on handling this type of an increase? This is 16 point something.
That is a good question.
You have to be aware, right, that your general fund is your largest fund by personnel and by expense, also by revenue, right? Your occupational taxes support your general fund, your property taxes support your general fund, your insurance premium taxes support your general fund. But you do have to, as we make these compensation recommendations and suggestions and, you hear the requests for new personnel, you all do have to consider, we're at $16 million for the general fund in personnel costs alone out of a approximately $24 million budget.
What was that?
$24 million.
In the general fund, right?
In the general fund alone, right? So it is, we do present to you strategies that we consider are sustainable, right?
Sure.
Randy and I talk about it, and Earl and I talk about it, Randy and Earl talk about it. But when we present the strategy, that's why we say we didn't present the recommendation as go all the way to market, right? Or, in some years, when some people request 5 employees and Earl and Randy, in conjunction with these conversations are like, well, maybe we do 2, right? Maybe you hold off on hiring till mid-year. But it is always, it should be back of your mind and back of our minds, it does have to be sustainable, because once you hire that employee, you have to go forward with the mindset that they are here for 30 years. And it's a something to
The
consider.
chart on page 41, chart number 82, go back to.
I think you're going to have to give me titles, because I don't have page numbers.
Compensation strategy.
Actually, I might have, I'm sorry, I apologize. What page, Mayor, I'm sorry?
Page 41.
Oh, yeah. Right
Yeah, right
here,
there.
okay, gotcha.
Yeah. In presenting that one, really, in my mind, when I saw it, I said, okay, that's the one we cannot afford right now. Because that's almost 3 times.
But also that, to Earl's point too, is that number does not, again, that number is not factoring in the total benefits package. It's just factoring in quantitative numbers of salary dollars.
Oh, that's even worse, though. Wow.
Yeah, and also I think, kind of piggyback on Lee saying here with staffing requests, these numbers that we're presenting is your base liability next year without any staffing additions. That is just, if you were to go the direction that we're recommending, that's your base liability.
And the suggested or asked for new personnel was, how many new positions?
I was actually putting it down as staff was talking about it, I think 7 or 8 total, 7 or 8, yeah.
I think the bulk of those are in your general fund.
Yes, yep,
But not in this number.
no.
Yeah, you added to that. Yeah.
So that would be in addition to the 548 increase that we are suggesting.
I don't have the numbers, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I did calculate them as we were sitting in here and having the presentation. Again, don't hold me to the exact number, but it was, the request and all encompassing was probably, when you factor in healthcare for a new employee, payroll taxes, retirement, I think all those requests combined equaled somewhere around between 700 and 800,000.
You said 70 to 100,000?
700 to 800,000, all encompassing, yes.
You said 700? And that number's only in on top of,
Yeah, well, no, that's just the, if you added up all the total staffing requests, across all departments, it's somewhere in the 700 to 800,000 range, all encompassing on total labor costs.
including this presentation too.
On top of this, this does not include any staffing requests.
So if you think about it right, one employee, depending on their pay rate, could equal $100,000.
They're all new employees.
Correct, yeah. So again, that's where we have to balance all that. So, because what we're requesting right now, the numbers we're showing is your base personnel last year, plus, actually, I think this slide may be the easiest to look at. Let me see if I can. Yeah, so right here, if you look at this bar chart, the two on the right, the far right is the total labor costs with the recommendation that we're presenting for next year. The one to the, just to the left of it is your base liability. Where it says no changes, that's your base liability next year. So, and that doesn't include any additional positions. That's just your existing full-time headcount. And then obviously the far right is what your personnel costs would be if you were to add the salary increases.
So we will, as we go towards the baseline operating budget, what we'd like to do is proceed with the option 2 as the beginning proposal to see where we sit, to see kind of what, so we're going to be working the rest of the week on trying to get that draft operating budget with option 2 proposed in, and just see where we sit. And if because I mean, unless you all have pushback on that tactic towards raises, the goal is to do a 2% raise as a minimum for all employees. Some employees will get slightly more than that with the experience-based structure that we have.
No, your presentation is good, it's great, really. It gives us a whole lot of information. Just remember, every year at this point, I get lazy because the numbers just like, they start smacking me around the face, you know. And I know these numbers, once we say yes, we can never go back. Unless we start playing, do that undreadful thing, then Lord.
Yeah, and again, we all talk about it amongst ourselves as far as like, we have to be good managers and good stewards to make sure whatever we're presenting is sustainable and it's a wise decision. Obviously, we want to do everything we can, but also at the same time, we got to know that we've got to be good stewards and make sure that we're sustaining that.
So right now on the utility side, Marshall and I have talked about, he's got 7 vacancies? And so what we've talked about is, how many of those are you actually, should we lose some right now to attrition so that in the future you can add back if you need them? I mean, is this a good time to drop 1 or 2 of those positions to attrition or not? That's a challenge. He's going to try to answer that for us. But, so that's your strategy so that you're not in a situation where you have to make tough decisions tied to the budget. We're not just wanting to necessarily grow for no reason, but.
When we were having lunch today, we were, not in a meeting, we were just having lunch staff and commissioners. We're not violating any policies or any numbers. Say that for the clerk, you know. Did not have a quorum, but we made a statement that we trust staff. And so to those who are watching this, these are just good questions we have to ask. We still trust staff, okay? Understand that. This is not about that. And please, anybody that sees understand that. Well, once you sign on the dotted line, you sign on the dotted line. And the 5 of us want to be real careful, but we do trust and we do appreciate being here all day today. And they say that you like this.
Well, and, you know, we want to be good stewards, and I know for me, I appreciate this question because it holds us accountable to make sure that we're being good stewards to the public and to the workforce. And no, I appreciate those questions because your questions are great. Like when you talk about the Tier 3 program, we know it's a challenge. We've talked about it, but the responsibility falls on us to figure out how to address it over the long term.
I think it's also a balancing act too with, you know, Danville's growing. You can't stay where you are,
Yeah.
or how can the people you have handle all that you have? And, you know, I know it's money, but you also have to balance it somehow.
We have to progress the size or the capacity of our local government to react to needs inside of the service boundary. And so that's a lot of times misconstrued. Folks that don't understand necessarily what is involved with those services will look and say, well, the city's getting big, or the function of the city government capacity-wise has to complement the population that is requiring service inside its boundaries. That is not necessarily the population inside your service boundary. So you have 25,000 cars a day at the intersection of Houstonville Road and the bypass. 25,000 cars a day. Now that means that our police force, our fire, our utilities, our public works has to have the internal capacity to react to issues caused by that. So that's the tightrope that you're trying to walk with the local government across the board. Is you're trying to have enough police officers or enough firefighters to handle those emergencies or those issues, and enough public works employees to maintain the road, while in a way that is sustainable based on your local economy. And that's a hard thing.
And you look at ice storm, just the ice storm. Look at the number of employees we have to handle what we handle, and how well it's handled, versus a huge city that might not handle it as well. So that's a credit to the employees. But you can't overlook that.
It's definitely a tightrope, and we appreciate the feedback, both from citizens and all the way to our businesses, to the city commission, making sure, and I know you all listen to it too, and it's a tough thing. It's not an easy thing.
And as the general funding increases, doing these types of things will be a little easier. It'll always be tough, but it'll be a little easier.
And I think when you talk about like future staffing plans, we all know there's, and I mentioned that, I think it's probably important just to reiterate that, let me go back here to, so when we look at, where was it at, my department? So when we look at one of our challenging, or we carry is its lean staffing in critical areas, we know that, we've identified it. How do you address that? Because you know that's a cost, and that's where we have to be really strategic on those points of knowing where you need to invest your additional staffing when you have the capabilities. Because again, to Lee's point, you add a job, we got to pay for it from there on out. So we have to be really strategic on how we identify those areas. So, and that's a tough conversation, because we know it's, if you really look at most departments, you could probably argue, especially your field departments, they probably are lean comparative to the volume of work that they do. I don't think anyone could argue that.
Again, I say thank you all for the good presentations all day today.
All right.
A lot of good information.
Press that partly is ahead of the curve. We don't play defense very often. That's better.
So I just have one more slide, we'll wrap this up. This is just our long-term beyond. So how do we look at this? It goes back to what I just mentioned, is like, we're constantly looking at our organizational analysis of where to align our resources, like through reclassifications, job additions, new roles, et cetera. And then, we're going to continue to look at everything annually. I mentioned we have that retainer program. We've set up a good platform. As long as that's the direction the board wants to go, that's the plan that we have in front of us, is review that every year, and then just maintain our pay equity and continue to look at the total compensation package, not just pay. I think it's important to know that, reiterate again, we're talking pay and benefits, and of course the Tier 3 program. So.
We say we want qualified, skilled, and highly trained employees. To me, this is what you have to go through to maintain, recruit, maintain, and retain those types of employees. We're blessed.
Yep, agreed. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
If you all don't have any more questions for Randy, we'll just remind you, next Tuesday, you have a budget meeting at 1 p.m., same location, to cover our draft operating budget and revenue. Then that Thursday, April 2nd, you have your community agency budget meeting. That will be at 8 a.m. And that will be a marathon all day. We'll have some breakfast, lunch, and dinner is on your own.
What drunkard made that schedule?
Ashley.
Okay, let's, the chair would like to entertain a motion to adjourn. If y'all ready to go home.
Do we adjourn?
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you all. All those in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries.